Good evening. This is the July 12th, 2016 meeting of the Raleigh Conservation Commission. This meeting of the Raleigh Conservation Commission is hereby called to order under authority of MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and the Town of Raleigh's Wetlands Protection Bylaw and the Stormwater Management and Erosion Control Bylaw. Now call the roll for attendance. Dave DeMonico. Here. Bob Garner.
Here.
Judy Keys. Sam Stripe.
Here.
Arthur Page.
Here.
Kurt Turner.
Here.
Howard Vogel. We have a quorum present, Mr. Chairman.
Administrative and payroll. Vendor bills.
You'll request authorization to pay our dues to the Massachusetts Association of Conservation Commissions. That's the backup invoice. We budget for that. Anybody has had any changes in their contact information, please let me know, because they also choose this time to request that I send in the sheet that has our various emails and phone numbers and stuff on it. So, as far as I know, nothing's changed since I haven't gotten any bounces from sending you folks and stuff that's it. And the next request is to reimburse Bertrand Consulting, who upgraded our conservation permitting database by loading the new DEP forms into it and
New software.
doing some other tweaks and stuff. Well, mostly updating the forms and putting in the new ecological permit that the regulations created, bringing it up to date with the regulations. Oh, and there's the backup invoice. Those monies come out of the notice of intent monies, since the database is almost 100%.
Did you put it after, did you put this in for the budget bill?
No, I don't put this in the budget because it can legitimately come out of the notice of intent monies, because the database is solely used for wetlands permitting. You can't do any of the stormwater permitting. At least that's what we decided before.
Yep. No, that's fine.
Before we go to Greenbelt, just give a brief update that we're talking about.
Yes.
And that is our trail camera yielded a pickup truck with a clear view of the license plate, but not the actual image of the driver dumping. But the pickup truck stopped right in front of where dumped materials appeared later on. No other vehicles recorded by the trail cam stopped and then proceeded to do that. So one of the Raleigh police officers reached out to the individual who the truck was registered to, and he admitted that he in fact had been dumping yard waste and landscaping debris at the Humsley Hills parking lot, as well as a number of his neighbors. Whereupon he was informed by the Raleigh Police Department that that was not an allowable activity and could result in fining. And so then, a few days after he contacted him, the dumped materials disappeared. It was removed from the Humsley Hills parking lot, and the highway department did not pick it up. So, we believe, cross our fingers, knock on hard cellulose and lignin, that hopefully the depositing of landscaping and yard debris from Circuit Drive has stopped. Got that raccoon.
I noticed that the person who dumped construction material over at Mantra Field in Newbury was not reappointed to the recreation board in that town. not dissimilar, you think?
Was it much material?
It's been in the news on.
Okay, that brings us to our 7:35. Review of the land grant application from the Mahaffey project with Essex County Greenbelt. I know we don't have a tripod, do we need a tripod? Are you gonna need it?
That's what I forgot to bring in. I can go get it.
No.
I mean, I can hold, I mean,
No,
it's.
no, that's fine, I mean,
Happy to
we can
hold
see
it.
that
Actually,
clearly.
thanks.
Yeah, you might have it, do you have it digitally? You might.
My question is, what was the latest?
Yeah, it is in the land grant application, 7 July 2016, it should be in that.
We can see that fine, it's
Yeah,
no problem.
yeah, don't worry about
Alright. Yeah.
I know it's within the big thing.
It is. It is, it's not that far down, actually. It's.
Look, look.
Page, it's just before that, yeah. There you go.
There we
You
go.
just gotta make that big.
Yeah, I think so.
How's that?
Okay.
Is that okay? Everybody see that? Or
See it fine.
So Vanessa Johnson Hall, the Assistant Director of Land Conservation at Greenbelt, back again with a completed local acquisitions for natural diversity grant application on behalf of the town. The last night, the Board of Selectmen did vote to proceed with the application. There is just in summary, the proposed acquisition is to acquire a conservation restriction on Mahaffey Farm, about 28.8 acres for $450,000. The appraised value of that conservation restriction is $510,000, so it is less than the appraised value. And that conservation restriction will preserve the farmland and allow the farm to thrive and continue. It will allow for additional structures solely related to farming, barn, greenhouses, farm stand for products on the grown on the property and the like. In addition, the conservation restriction will include a public trail to access Willowdale State Forest. It actually may not be exactly where this map shows. We're actually talking with the landowners about putting it here instead, which would route it around the farm so that there won't be any hazards with farming equipment. And also, there's actually potential for a parking area right off of Newbury Road there that has a much better sight line for traffic than elsewhere on the property. So, talking about the landowners with that now. The conservation restriction draft I will bring back to you once I've further negotiated it with the landowners. It's still very much in rough draft form, sufficient for submitting with the grant. The land grant would reimburse the town for 58% of the acquisition cost, which is $261,000. We have asked the town, just the selectmen, we haven't yet gone again before the Community Preservation Committee, which will be in September, but we've asked them to contribute $100,000, and Greenbelt is also committed to raising $100,000 towards the acquisition. If the land grant comes through, the town's portion of the purchase would be reduced to $89,000. If the land grant does not come through and Greenbelt is able to raise $350,000, then we're hoping the town will kick in $100,000 from the Community Preservation Committee. So the draft town warrant that's included with the grant application has that language in it. Basically $100,000 from the CPC contingent upon $350,000 being raised from a combination of public and private sources, including the land grant. What else? I am planning to deliver the land grant tomorrow morning, to Boston. And there was a discrepancy between two applications on the state's website, and in terms of the signature pages, one required the signatures of the Conservation Commission, the other did not. And when I called the grant manager, he confirmed that he would like signatures of the Conservation Commission as well as the chairman of the Board of Selectmen. So back to you tonight with the original land grant completely filled out, just for the signatures of the Conservation Commission.
And I've reviewed the draft CRs, and there's nothing objectable. They are at draft stage and do require some detailed work to them, but there's nothing in there that is onerous and that at this point in time would raise any concerns.
For the amount of work, I would think they would need signatures, so that would be fine with us, I would think.
And the Board of Selectmen, the commission at the previous meeting voted to support the designation of myself, conservation agent, as the project manager. The Board of Selectmen ratified that and signed off on that. And so this evening we request a motion be offered to support the submittal of the land grant application with the designation of the conservation agent as the project manager, and to sign the signatory page indicating submittal of the application for the land grant.
Do I hear a motion?
Just a question about the motion. Do you want your motion to include sponsoring application to the Community Preservation Act Committee for $100,000?
That would be great.
We're going to have to do it sooner or later.
Yeah, otherwise I would be coming back.
Yeah, you can certainly.
To you.
Well, you can certainly do that, because that, hopefully it just,
That's where it's gonna have to come from.
well, as well as the land
Right.
grant funds.
Right. There's still a lot of eggs in the air, but, yeah.
Yep.
I would amend your motion to include that.
Excellent.
So,
Anybody else have a comment? Do I hear such a motion?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Thank you. I'll pass this around. They just require a signature and then print your name next to the signature.
Right underneath
The
there?
the
Yeah,
first line is
first line is
reserved for the
chairman.
chairman.
Yeah, over here. Okay,
Yeah,
right here.
yeah.
So you want a signature right below it?
Signature here, and then I'll leave that for,
Okay,
Mr.
no,
Page,
right,
so
gotcha.
just sign there and then print your name here on this
Yes.
side. Yeah,
I think
Yep.
that was that.
Screwing up.
Could be what you could.
perfect.
I've done this before, and put it in the
Well, no
wrong
doubt.
place,
Yeah.
and they're coming back.
It's easy to do.
Start all over.
No, we're not, yeah, we're not tying anything up. We're just trying to get things moving on.
And I'm also working to arrange a site visit to the Mahaffey Farm as well for sometime in August, sort of at the end of the day, on a weekday-ish, around 5 o'clock. I know that the selectmen would like to come out and see the farm, and we'll invite the Conservation Commission and the Open Space Committee as well to come out and see the farm, so that you'll actually see the property on which you'll be reviewing the conservation restriction for. So we'll let you know when that date.
I'd add the
Yes.
Community Preservation Committee to that.
And the CPC, okay, excellent, yep. Very, very good idea, thank you.
done this kind of thing in communities farming and these kinds of situations on a Sunday television program
Huh.
that you may want to, I forget the name of the program, but I think it was a Child Boston Sunday morning program. One of the segments was on that. It had some very interesting perspectives that would lend persuasiveness, I think, to your position.
Huh. What was the name of the program?
I think it's Charles Boston's Sunday mornings. It's called Sunday morning.
Sunday morning? Yeah, it's
Every Sunday. It's a really good show.
TV television show?
Yes. It's one of the few really good television programs around.
Yeah. I'll look that up. Thank
I think that's what it was.
Oh, great. I'll send you and Debbie a fully scanned version, tonight, actually.
Okay, great.
Thank you all very much.
Read the next.
Yes, it brings us to the 7:45. That's a discussion, resolution of the wetland bylaw fee for the application of 414 Havel Street, map 14, parcel 34, lot 1, Gateway 2 Trust of 1997, John Coughlin, trustee.
I hope there's someone to address the commission tonight.
Anybody here on this?
Yep. I think we'd gone over the past meeting, but,
Well, this is the fee.
yeah,
This is the
right.
wetlands bylaw fee
The
specifically.
$72,000 that got waived, is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
The last remaining unresolved issue was
There was
the
three
partial gift of the,
Right, there's three components of it. There's the
Right.
$5,000 that we paid immediately, number one. There's the removal of the invasive species in the existing, which to the best of my, well, I know we've submitted all the plans and we're undertaking that. And there's the deeding over of the 2 lots of land off of Route 1. And what we have there is meeting the guidelines for the gifting. We originally had thought that we just needed a surveyed plan. They got into the surveyed plan, which I reviewed in detail at the last meeting. There was a boundary problem. We we contracted with Mike Fayette, a land attorney out of Gloucester, to meet the requirements of this. He's in the process of currently working on it. He originally was under the assumption that in order to give to the town of Raleigh what they were looking for in the deeds and surveys, that it would have to go to land court. He's come up through the last week through his research and his due diligence checking the title, 2 or 3 different alternatives. I called, I believe I talked to Brent on Friday because Mike was looking for 2 things. Name of counsel that he could talk to who's handling for the town of Raleigh. Well, he was gonna give me a list of things. I says, why don't I let one lawyer talk to the other lawyer and see if we can kinda get this thing moving. So I believe it was on Friday, I caught Brent in his office and I said, I went over this proposal. Can Michael Fayette, our attorney, call the town of Raleigh's attorney and see if we can get this resolved? And he said to me, I believe, he said, let me check it out and see what we can do about putting that together. Am I staying
Yeah,
there?
well, the Conservation Commission needs to get authorization through the town administrator's office in order to engage the services of town council.
So that's what we have
And
to-
so I sought that authorization, received that authorization early Monday morning. Town administrator was off on Friday. And so then proceeded to pass on contact information of Judy Pickett, town council, who was designated to assist the commission in this, to Mr. Fayette. I received a confirmation phone call from Mr. Fayette that he had gotten my voicemail message with the phone number, contact information for Judy Pickett. But as of 6 p.m. today, or actually 6:13 today, Judy Pickett had not heard from Attorney Fayette and attempted to call him, and there was some problem with the phone lines. She was unable to get a call completed to his office number, although I'm not sure, it was 6:15, so I'm not sure that.
6:15 p.m.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not making excuses for Mr. Fayette, because the first I heard about this, Brent called me at 5 o'clock saying, what's going on? When Brent called me yesterday to continue the time frame here, I said, well, give me the attorney's number and I'll call. So he says, well, I don't mind calling. So I said, fine, you can call Mike Fayette. Here's Mike Fayette's number. I gave him his office number and cell phone. They evidently did contact, and I know they did contact because I talked to Mike Fayette. Mike Fayette said to me, I'll get in touch with her and see if we can get this resolved. Now, driving into my office tonight at 5 o'clock, Brent got me and he says, what's going on with Mike Fayette? Well, at this, I said, I don't know. So by the time I got in, he had left, he hadn't got back to the office. He had been in court all day today, according to his girl, or was tied up in something, and she didn't know why he didn't make the phone call today, so.
Comcast phone lines have been down all most of the day today, and if you're a business or service or even a personal residence that has that kind of phone service, you've got big problems.
Well, this could be the reason why your attorney, Pickett, couldn't get in touch with Mike Fayette.
Couldn't
But
complete the phone call with the office.
in fairness, this seems to be the last part of this. I mean, we're under contract with the surveyor to do it. We've given him a contract. We're not under contract with Mike Fayette. Mike Fayette has done land work for us over the years. He's a lawyer, he bills at $300 or $400 an hour, so at the end of the month, we're gonna get a bill for what he's done and we'll pay him. But he is on top of this and he's doing it, and I think in fairness, we just had the gap of today whether either Fayette didn't get in touch with him or he couldn't get in touch with him, and I have left word on his home phone before coming here tonight on his voicemail. I've left it on his cell phone. I've left it at his office to make this his highest priority to get in touch with Attorney Pickett, am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and get this resolved. So I think this is moving along as fast as it's
Just
gonna
holding
move
us up
along.
at this point. What can we do?
Well, I guess at this point in time, there certainly doesn't seem, it certainly isn't for a lack of a consensus that the gifting of the parcels will occur. It seems that the definitive mechanism and how that needs to actually take place is what the issue is. The commission is looking for
Can we
a
proceed?
better
without-
certainty in the description of those parcels than what currently exists on the deed. We're told, and it's represented to us, that there is a number of mechanisms for doing that, but at this point in time, we don't know that any particular mechanism has been identified. I guess,
Well, I can tell you in discussions that I've had with Fahey has done this on numerous occasions, and he has 3 or 4 different ideas. The thing can go through land court. He says, we can definitely resolve it in land court, which will take about a year or so, he says, to do, number one. He says, you in the meantime can deed it over to the Conservation Commission, just the way you want to do it, the town of Raleigh. He said, and I'll pursue it and get it through land court. And he said, he's got 2 or 3 other mechanisms that he's used that should suffice what your town council's looking for. And he said, I discussed it with them, and he says, I think I can resolve this a lot quicker than land court will take us. I think ultimately, Gateway wants to deed the land to the town wants the property, and I think where the problem lies is you want to get what you want to get it in a proper fashion that you don't have a problem afterwards, and that's all what we're all trying to achieve.
yeah, a firmer description than currently exists, where it's only reference to whoever's abutting meadow and whatever.
Exactly, and at this point in time, Gateway has already undertaken the surveyor, we're under contract with him to do it, and we have the attorney working on it, and we'll work it out.
So I.
Do we have the authority to be able to?
Yes. Oh, you do.
We don't,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, yeah. But I would say at this point in time, because our record at this point in time, all of this has been verbal. So,
Okay.
so I would say at this point in time that with an acknowledgement and an agreement from Mr. Coughlin representing Gateway, that we receive a written
Right.
communication definitively stating about consummation to the satisfaction of the Raleigh Conservation Commission and consultation with town council, the gifting of the 2 distinct parcels in Batchelder Meadow that we've been under discussion here, that would allow us, I think, to consider, if that's acceptable to the commission, as part of waiving the bylaw fee amount.
As representing the bylaw fee.
Right, that would be representing a portion of the bylaw fee combined with the other 3.
Payment,
Yeah, the payment and the invasive species control.
Anybody have a problem with that, or?
Oh, does Mr. Coughlin have a problem with what Trent just did?
No, because it's clearly what we intend to do, and speaking for both Jay Coughlin and John Coughlin, owners of Gateway, and Joe's here right now, we'd be more than happy to put it in writing and have, we can even have Mike's an attorney, have him draw up something, which I'll explain to him what's going.
Just so we have something in writing. to
We're
say-
more than happy to put the whole
I mean,
agreement
we've got it
in
on
writing.
film and we've got it on tape.
Yeah, no,
but-
I
yeah.
understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Is everybody in favor of that?
Yes.
Well, actually, what you,
Ask for motion.
so make a motion.
Make a motion that we will have this put in writing. Mr. Coughlin will have this company put this in writing, as we've stated, as we've gone along, as he's gone along.
I
And,
will so move as discussed.
Yep.
And based on that letter, is there more of this motion that we would then waive?
That would actually represent the fee.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, so
Yeah.
the motion
Because,
also
I mean,
includes.
this could literally drag on for a long
So
time.
That's what I'm saying.
It's-
So I'm just saying, we will add into
Gifting
that.
of the two parcels by Gateway Realty Trust to the satisfaction of the Raleigh Conservation Commission in consultation with town attorney Judy Pickett will be considered as closure to the bylaw fee due for this application, 414 Havel Street.
Second? All in favor? Opposed? Okay.
I will get a letter to
Yeah.
Brent tomorrow for his review, so that
Yep.
end is closed, and we'll continue to pursue right on with what we're doing.
Because I don't want it to slow down you
Okay.
or
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
appreciate everybody's understanding on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So that is that.
we've got another.
Yeah.
Want me to just read?
Yeah, if you could read that, the next
Okay,
is
that's
the,
the,
which is the continued medicine.
Brings us to the 7:55. Okay. The continued notice of intent, DEP, number 63-650, 414 Havel Street, map 14, parcel 34, lot 1, Gateway Trust 2. 1997, John Coughlin trustee, proposed construction of 2 commercial buildings, 3,700 and 13,000 square feet. Stormwater facilities, parking area, utilities, grading, and wetlands replication, possibly within 100-foot buffer zones, bordering vegetated wetlands and isolated vegetated wetlands, DEP approved groundwater protection area, zone 2, and isolated vegetated wetlands. You've got it.
Good evening, Charlie Ware, Meridian Associates. The last hearing, we had just filed some new plans with this commission, and actually a few days after that, we filed some additional ones based upon the discussions that we had at that meeting. And they were, again, I think I went through it. If you want me to walk through it again, I can, but I think.
Basically, it's what you guys had agreed to with the third person.
Right, yeah, the third party, we added, we made some adjustments to the basin in front and the back, rather minor adjustments. We added what's called the bypass on this water quality structures, and that's right about here.
Oh, okay.
We actually, and based upon both Larry Graham and Lisa, we filed everything back with Larry and Lisa, and they both actually commented back the second time. And Lisa had another handful of comments that were, again, they were minor in nature. For example, we had put a gravel strip along the edge of Havel Street to act as pre-treatment for stormwater coming off of Havel Street into the rain garden. Actually, Lisa suggested we put it in, and then Larry suggested that we move it just inside the property, so that it wasn't within Havel Street. So we've done that. Lisa had suggested raising the pipe, bypass pipe on the storm scepter by a couple tenths. I mean, very, very much kind of tweak things. We took care of all that, and I know she's had the opportunity, and Brent can speak for that, but.
Yes, I've received a confirmatory email from her that all identified concerns and issues have been addressed in the latest revisions of the plans.
And then I came in tonight with those revised plans, but,
Brent picked up on a couple of things today.
Brent picked up on a couple of things today. And I'll let Brent take it from here, but we're prepared to, it sounds like they're relatively minor things, and we're prepared to work with Brent to address those issues. And hopefully we could condition, those issues this evening, but.
Right, so just for the commission's summation or whatever, so our peer reviewer for stormwater facilities has worked with the applicant's professional engineers, and also in combination with H.L. Graham Associates, who does technical review for the planning board, I believe they have all come to satisfaction that the stormwater facilities and stormwater design on the property is compliant with both our stormwater bylaw and with the Wetlands Protection Act stormwater regulations. So the only remaining thing I did want to ask Charlie about was early on, Lisa Eggleston identified and raised the question of an easement in order to access the sediment forebay in the basin from the, is it Spirit Realty Trust, I think?
Sure.
So has that easement been
No,
created, or?
No, we weren't gonna, that easement actually, it's, I mean, it's a, right now, John Coughlin owning this property, or what Gateway Realty Trust. This property is owned by the father-in-law of one of John Jr.'s, Jay Coughlin's. So this is it's a family agreement. It's an agreement between
Right,
them.
but those things can, could we just get a written statement from Spirit Realty Trust that
Yes.
says they give permission for Gateway to perform maintenance activities to the sediment forebay and the basin, because it appears that access to those facilities is best negotiated through their abutting property as opposed to coming through the main portion of the project.
It may even say something different than that the parking is to their benefit.
Right.
And the actual sediment forebay is to their benefit as well. So John, I mean, we haven't really got into this in detail, but what we might
Well,
end
then
up
if
getting
they
from-
want to make a statement that they are going to assume responsibility
That's where I was
and will
going with it.
adhere to the operations and maintenance plan for the best management practices to be implemented to keep those.
Right.
The problem is that the permit that we issue is only jurisdictional and only governs the owner of 414 Haverhill Street. And therefore, us conditioning ongoing maintenance of the stormwater facilities falls on Gateway.
That's correct.
So unless Gateway then has the ability to point the finger at the other part of the family, if they don't come over.
Right. If they
you
don't
know,
do the maintenance,
Yeah.
then it'll fall
Yeah,
away.
which is, it's
We
really.
do everything for him anyway, Brent, so it's not gonna be.
Well, I understand, but again, we,
You get one bad pizza, you know, families.
That's very true.
Well,
And,
one
and-
bad
and
thing.
Brent, isn't it more
I
accessible
think you can
from
come
that
back
side?
Yes,
That's the whole
Yeah,
idea.
well, no, I
Yeah,
understand, but if it does.
I think it's.
but again, we're relying upon someone
Yeah.
off-site,
Okay.
we're relying upon someone
give the
who's
cost,
not
we'll
a
come up with
principal
something.
property owner of the project that we're permitting. And so we need something to show that we performed our due diligence, that it's going to be done, that there's someone who's a responsible party.
Yes, we'll get a letter from the abutter.
I figure
Stating that.
that's pretty.
That's fine.
So also, the office has received, and I believe we were possibly going to be given the original tonight of the signed contractual aftercare
Oh, there was.
agreement.
Yeah, we have that.
Possibly Mr.
Yep, we got it right here, sir.
brought that.
Yes, I did.
This is for the invasive species control, the ongoing suppression
years
and
was that?
monitoring.
Aye.
3, I believe.
Yeah, 3 years.
I think it was 3 on that. And also, DeRosa Environmental will perform the functions of the environmental monitor on the project, taking care of, making sure the erosion control is properly maintained, doing inspections during the construction period after storm events, whatever, so.
You agree with that from us?
I certainly could. So this is contract for professional services, restoration planting plan, and invasive species management plan for Gateway 2 Trust, 414 Haverhill Street, DEP file number 63-650, dated July 11th, 2016, from DeRosa Environmental to Mr. Coughlin. Our firm will perform aftercare and maintenance services as outlined in documents associated with the notice of intent, which we prepared and filed with the Raleigh Conservation Commission for the project at 414 Maple Street in Raleigh, Massachusetts. We will perform these services for payment by your firm based on the following cost estimates. Scope of work / estimate of cost. Personnel from DeRosa Environmental will provide the following services leading to and ultimately the filing of a request for a certificate of compliance with the Town of Raleigh Conservation Commission. Our services based on the restoration plan will include the following. Number one DeRosa staff member with project engineer during plant removal at $750 per day. 2, one DeRosa staff on-site installing plants at $750 per day. 3, prepare post-construction report documenting the facts and findings of the restoration efforts, $2,200. 4, monitoring of the wetland replication area as well as the invasive species restoration area up to and or including 3 years from completion of the project. $250 per visit, 4 visits per year. Number 5, prepare a final report and all documents required for submitting to the Raleigh Conservation Commission of a certificate of compliance request at $1,750. Number 6, prepare for and attend order of conditions needed for certificate of compliance at Raleigh Conservation Commission hearing at $350. 7, any site inspections or meetings outside this scope will be invoiced at a cost of $250 per meeting. And 8, the cost for these services are estimated at $7,050.00. Goes on the payment terms. You want me to read the payment terms?
You want to become an environmental engineer, huh?
I think we're on the page here.
Yeah, I think we all are.
And then the last page is the contract agreement, which has been signed and dated by Mr. Coughlin.
Thanks for reading that. I think that's certainly preferable to having the applicant put up a fee up front to ensure this kind of a 3-year follow-up with these. And I've spoken about my satisfaction with that kind of approach before, and I think this is a much better approach.
Let's see, so, and also we have the filed soils management plan, which was put together and again will be overseen by DeRosa Environmental in anticipation of the visual surface survey, which shows that there is construction and chunks of building debris and asphalt pavement that will need to be appropriately dealt with and removed during site grading activities and the creation of a replication and restoration area. That's, I think, pretty much it in terms of the other associated documentation. Now, in my review of the operations and maintenance plan today, as well as the discussion about the project and being in a zone 2, came to my attention that there was verbiage that related to the utilization of salt, rock salt, sodium chloride on the site, which that is going to be removed from the operations and maintenance plan. Because one of the conditions that the Commission normally imposes in an order for a project that's in a zone 2 is the prohibition on the use of sodium chloride rock salt, and includes the posting of a sign at the entrance to the site that declares that and notes that it is a drinking water supply area. And so that's what Charlie was alluding to. We've got to make a few notations on the plans, and another thing that came up is the designation of snow storage areas, where lots of times the Commission wants some type of signage or post or something that identifies the snow storage areas so that basins, bioretention areas, or wetlands replication areas are not utilized for.
Have you thought of that, Charlie?
Oh, yeah, that was actually.
Well, we've talked about it.
that
We've
was
shown
addressed.
the areas.
You
But
Okay.
we haven't done any signage, we
Yeah.
haven't proposed signage.
Hopefully that'll be for a while anyways.
And let's see. So basically, the idea was that, I'm jumping to the final chapter, whatever, I would be recommending the commission, if they so choose, to close the hearing, but contingent upon receipt and final review and approval of the various editing to the documents and certain
And
sheets
the
of the
letter,
plans.
and the letter.
Yeah, and the letter, the other things that have been discussed
letters.
that still
Yeah.
need to come in.
Yeah, right.
So that being said, Lisa Eggleston made a suggestion of a condition which would be that prior to the request for a certificate of compliance, at completion of the construction phase of the project, that a qualified engineer shall inspect the project for any illicit connections to the storm drainage system. They shall certify that none exist or report the existence of the same if found. An illicit discharge statement certifying that no illicit connections exist shall be received by the Raleigh Conservation Commission prior to the issuance of a certificate of compliance. Then, for my part, as a suggestion to the commission, again, we have made it a practice to require that on-site there will be a spill containment kit. In this case, it will be sized for the largest vehicle that is anticipated to visit the site on a weekly basis. In other words, you probably have some kind of delivery vehicles that will come there. It could very well be the largest vehicle, could possibly be the dumpster coming to empty the dumpster. So whatever gallonage that piece of equipment carries, we're going to require that a spill containment kit of that approximate size be located on site and available, probably through whoever the building facilities people are. So
That will be a condition.
So, yeah, that will be a condition. We've already talked about the prohibition for use of rock salt. We also accompany that with a condition that allows the usage of what's considered more environmentally benign, ice preventative things such as magnesium chloride, I believe, and calcium chloride.
Right.
Lots of times used for that. Talked about designating the snow storage area. In terms of wetlands replication and mitigation and invasive species control, that will all be consummated prior to the pouring of foundations. So that should coincide quite well when you're doing all the site prep, getting all that work done. We'd like to see the replication area and the invasive species control done before the concrete trucks roll on there and start filling the forms for the building foundation. At this point in time, that was a guess on my part. Do you anticipate that timing would cause any type of problem with work?
No, well, let me just hold on and just think this out a little bit.
Right.
We're gonna do the cuts and fills before
This is one
it's done there, so that could be done in conjunction with that. Yeah.
Usually by the time you're putting the forms and actually having the trucks come in, all the major site work, cutting, filling, grading, all of that stuff has been accomplished, and it was discussed that that was also the time to do the replication area.
Replication, sometimes it depends on what,
Yeah.
if we can't
Well-
even get.
Well,
the
this is just
species.
putting it in, this is just putting it in and getting it planted.
Well, Ed's saying something, sometimes different seasons, if we can even get the species.
The appropriate material.
The Rose is gonna do the
Well, that's a
planning
question for Mike.
with his personnel.
Right.
Of the wetland species. So I think what the point Ed Dick is bringing up is, by the time we're ready to do that, September, or October, is that what you're saying, Ed?
I've run into it before, where we haven't actually been able to get the plant material until the next season, so I just don't think.
So you're guessing it's September, possibly October?
that's.
Well, let me back up a little bit. Our clear intent is to be breaking ground as soon as we hit your time deadline. So we're gonna be starting right away. We've narrowed the project down to 2 site contractors that we're gonna use, and my clear intent is to kind of ask Brent before anything even starts up there, that we would get DeRosa, Charlie, myself, Joe and Jay, yourself, and the site contractor for.
Well, that's all required anyway.
No, I understand, but these things could be discussed. I just wouldn't want to be committing to something that, if we can do it, we'll do it that way. That would be physically impossible due to not being able to get plants, or as Ed pointed out, or something like that.
Well, with all these things, you can make a written request.
Yeah.
We've dealt with changing plant species availability
That's fine.
before. I was just trying to choose a definite sequence in the development of the site
That's
that
fine.
was far enough along that would kind of presuppose that all the site grading and all that work had been done at that point.
Good. Well, I think we look it over and take a look at it and make sure that we can meet everybody's needs, is what I'm saying.
I can insert in there that, written request can be made
Okay.
to change this based on, substantive problems.
So what are you going to require us to vote on that as written, or? Yeah, well, I mean, now we're changing this letter every time.
No, we're not changing the letter, we're making up the special conditions, which we normally do this as part of the process. Just talk about the special conditions. So my suggestion also is the plans showed a 25-foot no-cut, no-disturbance zone. And yet, there's a couple opportunities there where places are not being developed. So I wanted to ask if we could make it a variable width, no-cut, no-disturbance area that goes to the limit of the erosion control. Specifically, that occurs right in this area here. It's better shown on that plan. Also, there's that deviation down there. These aren't parts of the site that you're developing.
Extend the no disturb zone beyond.
Well, can we?
Well, what he's saying
All right,
is,
I don't fully understand what's being asked.
No,
We
it'd
can
be-
get in to speak with you.
Yeah.
see,
Let me show you.
This blue line is the 25-foot no disturb zone.
Yeah, right,
He's
okay.
asking
So
to
there's
extend
this
it
area
up.
here where you're not developing, and there's this area here that you're not developing. And I'm asking if we can make this a variable with no cut, no disturbance zone.
What do you mean by a variable width?
So in other
Well,
words-
instead of being a set
that's a no
25
disturb
feet,
zone, too.
this area here would become part of the no cut, no disturb.
Similar to the left-hand side of Forest Ridge when you pull in.
Okay, yeah.
By the
No,
park
I
slope
got
side.
you. And what I'm trying to do, Joe.
No, I know.
Is figure, tell you where my board and my brain, can we do it in construction, is what I'm
Well,
saying.
that's the limit of work.
Yeah.
It probably doesn't stop you from construction, it could
No,
stop you
can-
down the line.
Down the line where?
Like if you wanted to do something else with the property, or do something different.
If we wanted to do
You
something.
wanted to clear something right in here. You wanted to clear that area for some reason.
Okay, well, I can't imagine, but it's kind of pretty difficult right now to envision, till we open this up a little bit, what we're gonna see at this exact spot. I mean, you're gonna go up there and give us stakes, right?
But this is the issue.
And also,
Yeah, no, I understand.
and post creation of this replication area, this actually goes out here. Once you replicate the wetlands in there, the no cut, no disturbance zone is actually done.
Yeah, I think that actually.
So they're now off of the edge of the created wetlands area.
So we're talking about pulling this out more, and it'll be an area that you couldn't put lawn in. You'd have to leave it natural,
To no
Right.
disturb. yeah.
no disturbance. Do you see a problem?
No, I don't.
Do you, Joseph?
Until, you're gonna, like Ed pointed out, is it gonna limit us access to maintain the basin?
So you gotta break through that invasive, you may have to remove
This
some
is
rubble
the
that
part
isn't
that you're
defined.
doing all the invasive
Yeah.
species control.
So we're gonna have to be in there to meet
To
what
do
we've
that.
agreed to
That's
do.
allowed, that's allowed, the
Yeah.
invasive species control is
Yeah,
allowed.
yeah.
But just grading that out as is not shown on this plan would just be restricted in the future.
In the future.
In the future.
But what we're up to.
Basically, it's following the erosion control.
Yeah.
It just takes it and follows the erosion control up to.
So it'll be remain to grow back naturally up to
Right.
that line. But there can.
Which is the whole intent for it being
To remove
removed.
the rubble to do the invasive
Oh, yeah,
species.
oh, yeah,
all that.
this is all, this is post-construction and post-creation of that restoration.
I think it's a good thing, it'll be marked off, and then we know what we're doing.
Well, right, it's, the erosion controls line's gonna be there, so it's just bringing up to the erosion control line.
Agreed. I think it's a good idea.
That's okay. with
Yeah,
the
sure,
commission?
I understand that.
And I don't believe we received a record that that acquisition of that triangular piece of property, which I think what you did.
It's actually being completed tomorrow.
Okay, so if we could just receive proof, I guess that's, what is that, a recorded plan?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
And those were the only special things. Other than that would be the standard conditions we have for a commercial project occurring in the zone.
All right. Anybody have any questions on that? Those are conditions, plus the other things that are involved with it. So based on that, we can ask for a,
The recommendation is for issuance of an order of conditions, keep the hearing open for at least 14 days while Charlie and I work on getting the final notes and stuff on the
Should be
plans
plenty of
and
time.
the other letters coming in, and issue an order of conditions for the project. Dash 650.
One quick question, what was the triangular piece of property that you were talking about?
Well, where the
we ought to get it closed.
Where the wetlands replication area is proposed, originally, when this was submitted to us, the property boundary was a diagonal line through here.
Okay.
And they negotiated a purchase from these folks to buy that property
Okay.
to facilitate the positioning of the replication area at the edge of the existing supported and vegetated wetlands.
Well, I know, but
thank you.
I mean, the Form
He's
A,
saying it's not.
could you hear a motion? To accept it based on these conditions with
first I'm
a
hearing about it, I thought
time
the Form A
frame
was.
of, would you say,
Stipulations as discussed.
15 days?
Well, we usually say 14.
14 days?
So moved.
Then you go to D, it's gonna.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So we need
Okay.
We'll get on that first thing tomorrow morning.
For the issue.
Why-
Yeah, we'll try to get all of this stuff in the hands of ASAP.
Oh, that's
John
fine.
wants to get going with that.
Yep.
As soon as you have it all, closes it, right? Or are we still waiting for the 14 days?
No, I think it.
No,
as soon as we
upon,
get it-
upon receipt and
Okay.
approval through the office of all of these various little things, the moving parts,
And then,
that'll be my cue to get the document all in order and
and
issue
then how
it.
does it get signed? Is it, can we run it around?
They're signing it right now.
Oh, you're signing it right now? Oh, you,
Yep.
but, okay.
So it's all done.
Right.
Based
Yeah,
on.
well,
Based on your
Get
delivering the
pieces,
conditions.
Yeah,
Yep.
so you're gonna hold it till the.
Right,
things
well,
are-
I have to actually start typing it and putting it together.
Now, is there, maybe I'm talking out of turn, but I'll ask the question, is there an appeal period? There's an appeal period on
10
There is,
business
it's
this. 10
just
days from tonight?
from the day
From
he
when,
issues.
when I actually issue the order.
Or conditions?
When he issues.
Why don't you ask the question, this is pretty important.
Why wouldn't you close the hearing if you're signing it tonight? I'm confused. If you leave the hearing open and you got it by definition, come back even if everything gets done.
No,
You don't?
no, not the way they
Sign.
voted it. Because if, technically, if the hearing's closed, then that means the public record is based on documents that we have not finalized and have not received.
So the document you're signing says upon receipt, it automatically
It's
closes.
a condition on, based on,
Review and approval of all the,
Of
all
everything
the,
we discussed tonight.
everything we discussed, all the moving parts.
You have 14 days.
Yeah, put it in.
You can get it done soon.
You get it done sooner, close it out sooner.
Yep.
Good.
that's it.
All right, we'll let you go. Thank you very much for your time.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
I brought you all sweets, but I'm not gonna
Right.
so.
So that's fine, that's fine. I'm not gonna consider you in the end of it.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Take care. Have a good night.
Agent for police.
While we're waiting, can I just ask a question? So bringing in
I
that
don't see
extra,
why not.
that extra consultant to take a look at it, turned out to be a pretty good deal, right?
It was, yeah.
Because she did a great job. I think that was a good suggestion. That was a learning thing on our part.
We have anything, let's just read this.
Can I recuse myself?
Just read it, well, you do, okay, now which one is
This
this?
is the 8:15 discussion of the resolution of bylaw fee.
For Central Street. So you do, I did pass around to you, they did submit information today, and distributed you. You have it right here. So yes, you should read that agenda item.
This now brings us to the 8:15, which is a discussion and resolution of the wetland bylaw fee for the NOI application at land off Central Street, map 28, parcel lot 50, 163 Central Street, map 28, parcel lot 49, Matt Marino for Bright Energy, owned by William Freitag. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening.
We did get the,
Well, the office was in receipt of information today. There was no opportunity to distribute it to the commission prior to this meeting. So the commission is seeing the submitted documentation in regards to discussion about fees on Central Street for the first time this evening. So we would request your patience and your assistance in walking us through the submittal, since there's been no time to scrutinize it or do any back and forth questioning.
Absolutely. That being the case, we get Tom Beatrice, the applicant, here with Matt Marino from Bright Energy.
excuse me, could you talk a little louder?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm here with Matt Marino from Bright Energy, as well as Robert Shanklin from Bright Energy, Pat Seacamp, our environmentalist, Dave Lapointe, our engineer, and Mr. Freitag, the owner of the property. Given that, Mr. Bazelak, I'll let Mr. Lapointe walk us through what's been submitted to start, and then hopefully we can get right to the issue of bylaw fee.
So, as was discussed at the last meeting, I guess I'll just maybe show this one here. We did revise the overall plan set based on some discussion items related to the width of the access road. And then as a result of that, and based on the discussion that the existing agricultural field is somewhat in a state of disturbance all the time and has been for the past several decades. At the recommendation of the commission, we did a revised calculation related to that disturbance fee, where we calculated the amount of area that will not be vegetated at the end of construction. So that includes the access road within the buffer zone, any of the fence posts for the perimeter fence, as well as then any of the posts for the racking of the array system itself. And so, well, the image that was up there earlier was our calculation and how we, or what all those numbers add up to. I have it. Okay, yeah, so the access road being 16 feet wide results in an area of 11,689 square feet in the buffer zones. The fence posts, and the fence posts, this is for the perimeter fence. The end posts or angle points have a concrete footing on them, so they're a 1 foot diameter. There's 127 posts that are along the straight lines. Those are just going to be driven, which equals 9 and 4 square feet respectively. And then the racking posts, again, have concrete footings on some of them, but others are just driven. These numbers were actually kind of a worst case scenario in a way. We don't know exactly what the results of the geotechnical information is out there. So to play it safe a little bit, we figured there's probably going to be some that may have that concrete footing, but there may be others, or really we think that none of them are going to require that concrete footing. But to be fair, we figured we'd include some of those in there. And then that equipment pad's about 120 square feet for a grand total of 11,913 square feet, which would then result in a fee of whatever 50% of that is, basically.
How long is the road?
$5,956.50.
Question here.
And that is in comparison to the original submitted bylaw fee worksheet that showed 77,200 square feet of disturbance, resulting in a fee at 50 cents per square foot of $38,600.
Okay, I had a question. Go ahead. You had a
How
question?
long is the road coming in?
Well, the road coming in actually is following the existing road.
How long is that?
Well, could you just identify yourself just for the
Gary
record?
Fraser, 187 Central Street,
Okay.
sorry.
Yep.
Give me a second here. Coming in off of Central Street, it's
Is it longer than the existing road?
longer than the existing road? No. No,
Is
it
it-
follows the existing road.
Is it wider than the existing road?
It will be a little bit wider than the existing road, yes, just due to
16
construction
feet wide, you
vehicles.
said? The existing road is about 8. That's a little bit, yeah.
When you say disturbance on the land,
I'm sorry, first
Oh, I'm
off,
sorry.
the chairman needs to recognize you.
Sorry.
And then you need to state your
Let
name and
Gary-
record, and name
my
and
name is
address.
Ed Pacheco at 12 Central Way. When you say disturbance, what does that mean?
There's going to be some grading that happens.
Oh, no, I meant previously, you said over the past few decades.
The farm field itself is disturbed on a regular basis, being plowed, soil turned over. It's not constantly in a state of stabilized with vegetation like a grass slopes, for example. So there's lots of opportunity for it to erode and whatnot
And the
during
road will be
rainstorms.
double the width of it is, what it is now.
The proposed roadway width will be 16 feet wide.
And that's for heavy equipment.
That's to allow the construction vehicles access in as well as end maintenance once it's all constructed.
How long is the construction going to take?
Matt, you
So
want-
we can, approximately 3 to 4 months. There's, of course, weather conditions, so that certain weather conditions would slow that down, but approximately 3 to 4 months.
What would the workday be? What are the hours of the workday?
Robert, on the current project,
Generally 7 AM to 4 o'clock.
7 to 4 or 5.
That's going to be quite a disturbance for them anyway.
Does that include the weekend?
No.
That's not 10 hour days.
We're more interested in just the conservation part of this, not the,
Well, you should be made aware that this project is also the subject of an application that is before the planning board, and I believe a hearing process is starting with the planning board.
That will
Also, it might
probably
be
be-
starting Wednesday night.
we would address these questions.
Right, as I say, the
Just
Conservation
soil.
Commission doesn't have any jurisdictional authority to set hours of work or other things like that. So,
Go ahead.
but we do appreciate your concern for that type of
Brent, do you
activity.
want to clarify what we're talking about here in terms of disturbance and the fee so that people understand? Because I think that may clear things up a little bit. I don't know, it just seems that we're, just so that people understand, what's this conversation all about, right?
Well, conversation is about the wetlands bylaw fee that was voted into authorization in, I believe, January of 2004. Sets a fee structure that prescribes a square footage surcharge for the size of a project, and the size of the project is, for all intents and purposes, considered the area that is subject to any type of alteration, where we're talking about plant communities that can be as minimal as just cutting of the plant community, harvesting of wood. That's considered an alteration under the wetlands bylaw for areas that are regulated by the bylaw. In this particular instance, we're looking at a number of different activities. Some of them do include bringing in fill, grading of fill, leveling of the landscape, fences being installed, which could just be the digging of post holes. But all of this activity at a bare minimum results in altering the existing plant community that may be there, or at the other minimum, just grading the surface of what had been farmed fields in the past.
Okay, go ahead.
Which one?
Go ahead.
My name is Herb Wade, and I live on 195 Central Street. When you're talking about putting fill in and regrading that area, you're gonna be disturbing the water flow in that area. That is a wetland. It may not be wet today, but I've lived there 51 years, and I have seen that place flooded. And also on your map there, it doesn't show that there's a culvert that comes across from the hill, Stripes Hill, across under the road, and it's gonna be right beside that road that you're talking about putting in. When that hill, when we get some water and that fills in, that whole hill and that whole area drains down into that culvert, and it's gotta get out. Now you start plowing up and putting gravel in there and changing the land flow, where's the water gonna go? We had back in May 11th, about 4 or 5 years ago.
Mother's Day.
Mother's Day, right. A tremendous rainstorm. My yard was flooded, across the street was flooded, everything was flooded in the area. Where's that water gonna go? And the reason it flooded is because down the street a little ways is the culvert that goes down under the road, goes along,
South Street.
Fennel Drive. And they over time, the people have filled it in and blocked the other end in. So they had to dig that out, and then they put that little retention pond in at the end of Dexter Road. That drains down in there. There's a lot of water that can possibly go down there. Plus, that land is abutting the river, well, let's call it a stream, that starts downtown.
Oh, yeah.
It runs right through town. Now, if they end up deciding to put chemicals in there to keep the grass from growing, now, it's bad enough when you grow vegetables, you're putting chemicals. Everything we do nowadays is chemicals, grow it, make it fast. And that stuff is all getting into our watershed. Look at the trouble we have with water now. We shouldn't have a drought. We never did have droughts. We got droughts now. If you look around town, we've had a lot of building done with nobody watching where the water's supposed to go. They block it up. Next thing you know, we got floods. That's just one of the things that I see on the map that could be a problem. Now you go filling in little ditches, how's the water gonna get from this side to that side?
Are you gentlemen planning on filling anything in there?
But they just talked about, you.
Well,
No, he did it,
How-
Jim.
What Brent
And
was trying to
anyway,
explain is, these fees are based on if you filled, if you took a tree down, I don't think there's any trees to take down, whatever. That, we're just saying, this meeting tonight is about the fees. Not about whether or not they're gonna do it, or whether they can afford to do it, or what.
This agenda item has to deal with the fee for this project. Once this agenda item is consummated and finished here, the next agenda item is about the project. But just to let you know that the standards of this commission and the standards as well as the planning board all require a technical review that deals specifically and solely with hydrology, flooding, stormwater flow, stormwater drainage, management of the systems, impact to abutting properties, impact to towns' right-of-ways. So that is part of how these projects are scrutinized today. You are correct that in the past, there wasn't as much attention to some of those things, but the standards have been greatly increased and were just recently upgraded between 2008 and 2012 to specifically address long-term impacts. And this commission has also recently adjusted their standards to take into account the increasing pattern of precipitation that is falling in the North Shore area right now. And so we've further moved and required the adoption of, I believe they're called, what is it, Tufts or Cornell's? Rainfall pattern standards, which is based on more recent accurate records of rainfall levels and not the previous calculations, which I think right now, if you look at DEP stormwater standards, are based on, what is it, 1966 standards or something? Something like that, anyway, so. So part of the process of scrutinizing this project is specifically looking at water, stormwater, flooding implications, et cetera.
The first question, I think, we need an answer for. That area is marked historical district. Does that mean anything anymore?
Again, this is the Conservation Commission, not,
But
we
why
don't
would
deal
you be
with zoning.
even talking about something that's in a district that it can't be in anyway?
It's a planning board
Again,
issue, it's not our issue.
Okay.
We're not gonna vote on whether
That
you
will be
can do it
tomorrow
or
night.
not.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Not our job.
I just have a question where the gentleman up front said that they were gonna be filling.
Right, and that has to do
And
with
that
the
is
fact
gonna
that
change,
the road.
and no matter what you do, that is gonna change the topography of what's there.
Oh, absolutely, which,
And so you are gonna change the water flow, you are gonna change the
Yes.
topography, and I hope all you gentlemen have been down there to see an 8-foot wide road going to 16 feet. Last time I was here, I told you, you have 6 feet to a 340-year-old boundary wall. And you're gonna take 6 feet and make it 16. I'm sorry.
actually, I think there was the acknowledgement that, right, the width was constrained, wasn't it?
It was gonna go down. You
Yes,
were-
Why
actually,
isn't
at
that
that point,
constrained
the
on
original
that
was only
map?
16 feet.
Wait,
The
excuse
width was
me.
wide, the whole road was wider, and we narrowed it down to avoid that pinch point.
Right.
Where did you narrow it down? I don't see it on the map. So the map is incorrect, correct? So we adjourn and we get this thing done when we have some form of human intelligence?
Well, I certainly can't comment on that because I'd like to think that all of us humans in the room came here with some intelligence. So in regards to your specific question though, the size of the access road through the process, this is the second hearing before the commission on this, and the road has already been reduced in width.
Can we
And
see it on the map?
I believe these were just submitted to me, so these should be showing the reduced width
What is
of
the
the
width
access
of the
road.
road coming off Central Street now? Not 16 feet?
16
It
feet.
is 16 feet. Right.
So 16 feet has not been reduced, so where was it?
No, it was reduced to 16
Oh,
feet.
Volpe's building 128 again. 16 feet of the 8
Can we talk about that portion once we get through the fee discussion and get to the
Fine.
project portion? You have a good comment, but we'd like to take it in the portion of the fee, the portion
It
of our
just,
hearing.
whatever is being told, I don't think it's the truth, but that's okay.
My name's Debbie Camo. I live at 30 Central Way.
Yep.
So my husband David and I, if our trees are not in our yard, we're looking at it. We're most of the abutters there. I know right now there's a row of trees. They're very old. They're not the healthiest anymore. On the northwesterly side of them is nothing but wetland plants, ferns. The field doesn't have those plants anymore because it is exposed to the sun, because it is constantly cleared. I understand that. I love farming, and I'm concerned that with those trees, I'm told, through hearsay, that the trees are going to stay. A lot of the ribbons and markers and things that have been put out there by the surveyors are between the trees and, again, a very, very, very
Put in our
old
yard.
stone wall.
They were in our yard and surveyed our yard and marked out
And
all the wetlands.
nobody ever asked
and
us or
everything.
told us. I
But
found out
those
about
same
this because
wetlands that we had to
ribbons.
stay 100 feet from, now are gonna be built on, as far as we can see.
So, as far as not changing the land, and I know that that's pertaining to the fee, so I think it is relevant to this. Those trees, something's gonna have to be done there. And the back corner of that property is nothing but ferns and skunk cabbage. And it looks as though the plan for this is definitely right down into that corner, as close to my house and as far from their house as you can get.
Well, that's the next thing we gotta get, we're trying to get the fees thing.
Right, well, that's why I'm saying that,
If we give them a fee, they might not be able to pay it, they might not be able to bill it, but we can't give them, assign them a fee.
okay, so
until you
those
people let
trees,
them
as far
continue.
as where their markers all are now and their stakes and all that, like I said, they're on the northwest side,
That's the next thing. Okay,
okay?
really, we're just trying to do it.
No, I know, but you're saying about changing the land, if those trees right now, they're a buffer, they're, you know,
Yes?
First, I'm so relieved to understand you're going to be doing further studies on this. I think it really needs it. And that plan is so close to the ox pasture brook that I wonder what the impact there, and that runs from the Parker River almost to the center of town. So any sort of runoff could pollute that, and it's a lovely little brook. You hate to see that. Now, am I correct in understanding that the town, not the state, really controls this decision?
No, the state
The
has laws.
The Conservation
and we have
Commission is
strict laws.
the local body that has authority of granting permits under the state's Wetlands Protection Act, and the town has also enacted a Wetlands Protection Bylaw, which the Conservation Commission also administers, and we combine both those permits or regulations, rules and regulations, into this one hearing process.
And as I was reading, just trying to do a quick study online, the state discourages any of this kind of building on wetlands. And so it really leaves the onus.
Well, we don't allow any building like that on wetlands.
Well, I think part of this site is wetlands.
Yes, but that is not the portion where this project is being situated.
It's very close.
Yes, it is close,
And I wonder
and that's
if the
one of the
parameters-
reasons why they are here, because there is a regulated 100-foot buffer zone extending out from the delineated boundary of the bordering vegetated wetlands. And that's why these gentlemen are here tonight, and that's why we're having this discussion in regards to the calculation of the fee, because there's a request from them about portions of the project that are just going to be turned into a stable herbaceous plant community, as opposed to portions of the project which actually become physical structures, access roadways, electric circuitry, security fencing around the project, and so they're asking for the commission consideration of a differentiation between those two different types of activities that are going to be the result of this project.
Will you be double checking the parameters from the wetlands to?
What happens after, right?
Because
You'll
there's
always
no
get a
problem.
site
The
visit.
short answer to that is yes. I've already conducted a site visit where I've reviewed where their wetland scientist placed his flagging and delineated what he considered the edge of bordering vegetated wetlands.
There's no possible way that's far enough away from wetland now.
It doesn't seem that way to me either. It just seems that the wetlands, this project intrudes.
Well, there
It's too close.
is criteria that has been developed that is a combination of the plant species and the hydrology and the soil characteristics, which through the rules and regulations is what we use as a yardstick to determine where the edge of bordering vegetated wetlands is. Yes, plants are just like individuals. Some of them will tolerate certain variability in moisture regimes, and so some of them that's why when we look at a community, we look at the assemblage of various species to develop a propensity for where the dominant ones are wetland plants and where the non-dominant ones, quote unquote, the outliers, may have spread just because they don't fit the pattern. So there is and can be a difference of opinion as to where the edge of the wetlands are, and there are certain plants that will not necessarily always behave in a 100% predictable manner. But we do the best we can with the criteria that we're given to measure those things.
So you're checking all of those?
We check those things.
Now,
But like I said, even amongst experts, there can be a difference of opinion because the plants are just like us individually. They sometimes behave a little different from their other fellow cousins and brothers.
Part of the array seems to be too close to some of our neighbors' property, closer than what it's supposed to be. So how do we deal with those questions?
You may wish to go to the planning board.
My wife called the planning board, and they knew nothing about anything for this.
Well, that may be because they hadn't opened the hearing and gotten their application for that, but I think, I'm sorry, I didn't bring their agenda in with me tonight.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow night.
Gary, you have a question?
Yeah, it's just that you mentioned that the back of that array and the dimension about how wet it is down there, and you said you visited it. Right now it's dry. Yes, we're in a little bit of drought, but in the spring or the fall when the rain comes, if you and I tried to walk around that corner in shoes, we're gonna leave our shoes there and be walking out in our bare feet. That's how wet and muddy it is. So I don't know when you visited it, when you arrayed it, and when you tested the soil, how far down the water line was on the test. Probably no more than 5 or 6 feet. I'm sure you dug a backhoe to have a water expert, sand expert, dirt expert, earth expert test it, and it's in writing.
You know
But this is a very extreme wetland you're building this on. And you've got every abutter on Central Street and Central Way objecting to it. Now, does that hold any weight with this board?
They haven't got a permit to dig that yet.
Well, we're objecting now for your
This
education.
sir, this is a regulatory board that's charged with environmental protection under the Wetlands Protection Act.
For the habitat.
And habitat is one
And the
of
humans that live here are also part of the habitat.
which is why I've been encouraging you to go to the planning board, because the planning board has more of the human, quote-unquote, aspects and the zoning aspects involved in this project.
Okay.
The Conservation Commission has scientifically determined criteria that is utilized
That's all in the report that we can view, right?
Sir, are you going to let me finish?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes, sir.
I really am trying to share with you as best I can without
Okay.
delving into getting extremely technical.
Okay.
But one of the criteria that we look at, I mentioned, is the soils.
Mhm.
The reason the soils are looked at is because soils take a longer period of time to change and show the effects of saturation or continued saturation. It's usually considered that 5 to 6 years has to be the duration for changes in groundwater in order to it then be represented in those soils. So that's why soils is one of the criteria and not just the plants that are there when you happen to go and visit.
I just made a comment.
That-
I'm the newest member of this board. I guarantee you, in my experience of being on this board for the last year, we will do total due diligence, right, to make sure that all state and federal and town rules that have to do with wetland protection are adhered to. Okay? I'm sorry, we're not here to vote on whether, you know, and I feel for you. If somebody's putting a solar panel in my backyard, I might be nervous about that
May
too.
the good Lord take a liking to it.
But I'm just telling you, we will do, I've seen it. These gentlemen, all of us, we will make sure that that happens, okay?
Can I say something? Wouldn't this project be better suited in a commercial area? It seems like a commercial project to me. It's a
Could be,
power
but that's not
station.
our, we don't vote on that.
You know.
We don't have to make the rules.
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
your name and address?
My name's David Camo. I live at the end of Central Way. I'm probably the closest abutter to this project. And I just found out a few days ago this was all taking place, so.
Okay, back to the road, okay? When the road leaves Central Street, goes in a little way, and it's got that little bend, that's where the water is. At certain times of the year, the back of Gary's land and that part of it. Now, if they turn around and want to fill that in to make the road stronger, where's that water gonna go now? Now it's gonna have to go uphill. So you're gonna end up with a pond there. It's unfortunate we can't see pictures of that. We never took pictures of it because we didn't think this would ever happen. That, you know, this is Rowley and we try to keep it like Rowley. And that will flood. Like Gary says, when you walk down that road at certain times, you better have boots on there, because I've snowed. Yeah, Mr. Freitag has given us permission at times to snowmobile out there. And now, when you're headed to where that is, you're going uphill a little bit, not much. Then when you come back, that's a little bit low. So if they end up wanting to put gravel in there to hold a truck that's gonna carry what we're talking, it's either gotta have a culvert under it and figure out where that water's gonna go, or you're gonna have problems in the future
Mr. Chairman,
with a flood.
may I just shed some light on this whole issue? The client can certainly understand the concern of the neighbors, and happy to hear your comments with respect to the issues that are before the commission tonight. I'm happy to take any of your calls at any time at my office on any issue at all involving this project. But I would like the commission to understand and the neighbors to understand that one of the first things that our obligation is to send our environmental scientists to go out there and delineate where the wetlands are. And Pat Seacamp, who was here tonight, did that. He's had 30 years of experience in that field. He's appeared before the commission many times. He was out there delineating the wetlands in April, where it is the wettest theoretically in the water table.
Not this year.
Not this year.
Please let me,
For the
please,
past
I've lived
30
there 51 years, I've seen that place
Yeah,
flooded.
25.
Gentlemen,
please let me
please.
finish. I sat here and did
Yes,
interrupt you.
Yes, you did.
We had a nice chat outside before we came in here as well.
Yes, we did.
All right, so the point being that theoretically, in April, the water table is the highest that it is all year. So I understand your concerns. I'm not sure you understand exactly where the array is in relationship to the issues that you're describing or your properties. But I can tell you that Mr. Seacamp does a phenomenal job. He did a site walk with the conservation agent, Brent, and soil samples were taken. We walked the entire perimeter of the property. In my humble opinion, if anything, Mr. Seacamp was overly conservative in his delineation of the wetlands that were on site to make sure it was done properly and pursuant to the law and the standards of his profession.
Is that recorded in writing?
We have a delineation on a plan, and I'm
The
not,
report of the walk and test,
excuse
is
me,
that in writing?
I'm not aware of any issues other than the visual issues that you
Excuse me, there's nothing on your drawing about the wetlands and all there. I don't see anything on it that shows any wetlands there.
You know, I have a concern that you did the report, you did the study now, and now the wetlands are much briefer than what they've been in the past. I've walked that field in the springtime, and that whole area of the array was wetland. Your feet would be sucked in to the muck.
And I'd add to that by saying that whole area where the arrays are is an agricultural field that's cleared and utilized by Mr. Freitag annually and has been for the past 40 years?
No,
30
no,
years?
no, 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 it ain't 40 years.
No, well, I've been there 35 years,
Yeah.
38 years.
I've been there 51 years, and
All right,
there
so
used to be nothing down
I
in
stand
there.
No.
corrected, the last 38 years.
But
I've been
that
there
area-
38 years, it
So
was a nursery before that.
We understand that it's wet.
Yeah, you had trees down
The
there.
I would
particular
ask- I
area
would
that
ask
the
you
array
about
is
Little
on,
tree nursery.
the
You
particular
didn't
area that
grow-
the array is planned
You
on
didn't grow
has
corn.
been soaked in wetland, muck.
Unfortunately, Bill, we're
And will
all
be
your
again.
friends.
No,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Last year, we had the smallest amount of snow, okay? I bought a new snow blower 2 years ago, and the year before that, every weekend you were pushing snow. Last year, what did we do? It went out twice, and it only went out twice with, what, a little bit of snow? It was the way I could have pushed it. So you can't compare last year with any one of the years prior to that, because a lot of times, when we get the snow, in fact, where is the drain that comes across from Stripes Hill that's gonna be right next to that road, that drains under the road? That's gonna add more water there at times. So that's gotta be considered. If they go filling that thing in to run trucks on, I don't know.
Where does that drain empty?
They're putting 16
Right
feet.
across from the road that goes in there, right beside that road is a lot of vegetation. Well, there's a ditch in there. Well, across
Central Street.
across Central Street, right on the corner of Stripes Hill, there's a culvert there. And that hill and that area runs down into the culvert, runs under the road, down there, and it's gonna drain down into that corner. At times, it's not gonna happen all the time, because we got the screwed up weather.
Does that culvert drain into the pond on that same side of Central Street, or does it drain across?
It drains under the road, there's no pond
Down the
there.
side of the road and the stone wall to the pond.
There's no pond there.
I mean the big pond across from Stripes Hill, across from Bennett
It
Hill
goes,
Drive.
it goes under Central Street.
That
To the
pond
corner
there
and
drains down into the brook that drains out back, and it goes through Bill's property along,
That's not the
along
same
the
one.
area, and so it's still gotta get out to the main stream that's out there, which goes to the Parker River.
yeah, I just want to say, in the last 38 years that I've been there, have you ever actually seen water coming down that culvert that comes off? Actual visible water? I never have.
I can't
I've never
say
seen, there is a
visi-
drainage that's there.
I can't say
I've never
that I
actually
have.
seen water come down that hill. And where it comes off of Central Street, comes down, when it approaches the field and it crosses, they used to see some water there, but Mr. Fraser has filled it in on his side of the property, so now you don't see, that's been dry, that was dry all spring. There was never actually any water in that ditch. Not one bit of visible water. Did you see water there
No,
this
I
year?
really haven't, Bill.
I don't know if
but-
I've ever seen water.
But the
I know,
water-
and they're not talking about moving that ditch. It's gonna stay there.
Yeah, the water coming down, I'm just saying, if there's enough rain, it's gonna take a lot of water probably to get to that corner.
Okay, can we get back to what, you guys don't want it, you don't like it, but we're not the board you go to.
Correct.
Okay? So can you save it for tomorrow night and just let us get on to the
Yes.
fee?
I'm done, I'm done.
Yeah, you should really address it, go see the selectmen, go to the meeting tomorrow night.
Well, see, this is the first time that we've ever been
All right,
involved
so
in any
you want
kind
to
of
address
stuff
the
like
fees
this.
then?
Yes, please.
Because we started.
The conclusion of our last meeting, the commission did ask us to be more specific with respect to our request for a waiver of a certain portion of the disbursement fees. I think you are.
Yes, we all have copies.
This handout.
Yep.
So, Mr. LaPointe did go out there and he did do the calculations. I'm not sure if the commission wants to hear any more about the justification for that particular waiver. We believe that given the future use as opposed to the current use certainly justifies that. And the fee comes out to
$5,900.
Could you speak up a little bit? I don't think I could hear that.
Here it is.
They're talking about the square footage of a 50-cent surcharge per square foot of land that is damaged,
Yeah.
no longer going to be land with grass on it. And it comes out to 11,000. Do you have this on the screen?
You have the July 12th, yeah, I don't know.
The one we just received with the new figures?
There it is.
This is what we're talking right here.
Well,
This is
this
the
was,
fee.
That's the How did they shrink their construction by 60%?
What they did is, it says it right there, the actual diameter of the fence posts, cross braces, end pipes, the solar rack posts, and the road itself.
So the concrete will be how much less in size?
Concrete will be no less than size.
Well, you said they shrunk the
No,
size.
what they did is, the way it was originally proposed to us at the last meeting is, and I believe you were here.
Yeah.
Yeah. It came out that it was going to, they just said that they were going to be using up 77,000 square feet, which was the entire project, which
Now they're not gonna
erroneously.
use the entire project, they shrunk it
No,
down?
that's what.
They're asking the commission to make a differentiation between the hard, permanent structures of the physically built project as opposed to the areas that are going to be returned to a stable grass or herbaceous cover and that are only going to be mowed probably twice yearly.
So the original calculations were the whole project, but they have asked if they could pay just on what is going to be disturbed, which is right there.
And that's
Not
what this
return to
exhibit
vegetation.
is trying to show here is, the hatched area is what was included in the overall calculation, and then we subtracted out those areas up there to end up with that final 11,900 square feet number.
So the discussion here tonight is with the board as to what the fee is going to be. Yes?
I'm concerned that the wetlands is not a constant wet or dry area. In the past, just where the array is planned to be built has been wetland, and will
Can
be
we put this
again.
onto the wetlands part of it, which will be.
We're just trying to do the fee.
We're just trying to
Yeah,
do the
this is
fee,
nothing.
which they've asked for, and they got the meeting, okay?
Every hole in the ground I put a
All right, do I have a discussion on this?
Well, I think this is the right approach, this is what we were looking for, to see something that was actually going to show a disturbance within the jurisdiction of the board. And I think this clearly shows the intent that we're looking for to see what we should be focused on as being the actual disturbed area. So I think this is a step in the right direction.
Right, but remember, the cutting of the herbaceous layer is an alteration. That is a disturbance. So there will still be cutting of the herbaceous turf grass that is going to be on this site in that regulated buffer zone, this project. question for the commission's consideration is whether they.
Restored or?
Huh?
And restored?
Well, no, but it's gonna be cut, it's
Cutting
gonna
it
be
back twice a
maintained.
year.
For maintaining it.
For maintaining.
Both to discourage woody vegetation as well as to keep it from gaining any type of height that then is gonna cause a maintenance issue with panels. So that is still, the commission may possibly consider that to still be less of a disturbance than the farming, the tilling, the furrowing, and whatever harvesting operations that took place there. I'm just saying, for your consideration, that's the,
No,
Parameters of
it was brought up by members of the audience that the trees were going to be cut down? And if so, where is that on that figure?
On this particular site, there are no trees being removed. Well, actually, I changed, sorry,
I was
I
gonna say,
misspoke.
right.
Yes, there's a corner right here where there'll be some trees removed, but they're outside of the buffer, as well as along this edge right here, there'll be just a little bit of clearing here. Again, outside of the buffer.
See where this area is?
No,
You can turn around and
Put it
show
up
the
top
others.
there.
Yeah, please do.
He's gonna put it up, just put it up.
Okay.
no, you didn't have the trees that were going to be removed in this.
well, again, this is outside the commission's regulated area, so it's not subject to
So
our
that's not in the
jurisdiction.
wetland area.
So it's referring to this location right here, where the edge of tree line is shown, and then the change, the proposed, and then this area right here, where the edge of tree line is shown, and then the proposed is up there. But that's outside the commission's jurisdiction.
It's best to bring that up before the planning board.
Okay.
Once again, I mean, for clarity's sake, for the audience, what we're hearing is that the trees that they're cutting down are not within the buffer that the Conservation Commission has.
So
to
we
worry-
have no
That
authority.
we have to worry about. So they have, if the town approves the plan to go ahead with this, we can't tell them not to cut those trees down. Just like I can't go to your backyard and say, hey, you're cutting down some trees that are not within the conservation.
They're very close to
Better
doing
not.
that, they're very close, that's
So
why
go ahead.
they are 15.
Does it have to be 100 feet from the wetland, Mark? They can't cut anything within 100 feet, am I correct?
No, that's a regulated area. The 100-foot buffer zone is subject to regulation. It is not subject to prohibition.
What does that mean?
One other question. You
Is
say
that regards to
that-
what we're talking about right now?
Yes.
Okay.
The height of the grass that's gonna be underneath this thing, you're talking about cutting it, it's gonna be disturbed, you know, the grass is gonna be disturbed. Is there any way that we can have a guarantee that they never put chemicals down to just keep that grass from growing?
I don't think it's legal.
Well, that don't, you know, a lot of things that are illegal, they're still
Well,
done.
it's-
They're still done.
It's outside and not germane to a discussion about the fee calculation. Number two, the application of herbicides and pesticides is regulated through the Department of Agriculture, through licensed applicators, and within the commission's authority in areas that they regulated, the commission has in the past adopted a prohibition on the application of herbicides and pesticides within the 100-foot buffer zone.
Who will check on that? Who is the guardian that's gonna say,
You're looking at them.
This.
No, you're actually looking at all of them
Or them
right
too,
there.
you too. You're
so
trying
if
to
we see,
tell.
well,
We said
so we see
they-
it, we, you know, if we see something, we gotta tell you.
Or he'll be out there.
But we haven't
He's out all the
gotten,
time.
we haven't gotten to that point. And
Okay,
there
it's
are-
just
and there
it's a
are-
question that we could
And
get
there
to
are
that point.
exceptions to that when there's a declared health emergency, such as an outbreak of Eastern equine encephalitis or West Nile virus, and there is obviously when human health considerations override just the normal. But for normal maintenance of vegetated areas within the buffer zone, the commission does consider and has imposed prohibitions or restrictions on the utilization of herbicides and pesticides.
So we go back to where,
To the
minutes
fee?
ago, what Gary
To
said,
the
the
fee?
fee as opposed to the trees being cut down.
It's not in our zone, so we can't charge.
Okay.
Gary, has this got something to do with
Just a little question, if I might.
Can you hold that for the next one? Because we got another one right after this.
No,
we're not done with
I
this.
wanted to ask Bill a question, if that's okay with you gentlemen.
If it's pertinent.
Well, it's just that I've known Bill a long time, 34 or 5 years.
Yeah.
And all of the abutters are against the solar farm. And he's a good neighbor, and I like Bill a lot, a good friend. But I think it would be wise, in the business he's in, to withdraw this whole thing and keep it a neighborhood of residential people and not try to hurt all of your neighbors. So I'm just asking Bill to please withdraw this whole, so,
Well, it's not germane to what we're
okay,
here for.
thank you, said it, thank you, gentlemen.
Handle that on the outside, but
All right,
a
keep it.
thought or two, if I may, with regard to the fee structure. I would hate on a project-by-project basis to have to get into every single footprint of every single piece of building support, fence post, on an ongoing basis. This is a application fee schedule, it is a project fee, and the focus on specific disturbance is something that troubles me greatly. And weighing the disturbance with regard to this application as opposed to the prior usage, you get pluses and minuses. There's no clear picture one way or the other on any of these things. I would vote myself to support the original fee schedule, and I'm not in favor of a reduced fee. A fee goes to all of the total needs of the commission and the town with respect to the things that we have jurisdiction over, and so I don't believe that I can support, unless I hear something better than what I've heard so far, a reduced fee for this project. Traditionally, we only reduce fees unless in the instance where we receive a quid pro quo. I don't believe comparing one use to another is a quid pro quo for these purposes. Now, the next application, not the next agenda item, but the next application deals with a specific quid pro quo with regard to conservation resources, where that kind of thing could be considered. I'm not against solar energy. I think it has its purposes, it has a value for the town, and as a way of a future in a lot of ways, but I don't believe that the fee should stand in the way of continuing this project.
Are there any comments on that?
Yes, my thing would be is that I do feel that there's probably, I mean, by the way, I was brought up as a farmer, so it's not that I have anything against farming, but farming is a disturbance. And in a way, this is reducing that disturbance. And I know you're gonna mow it twice a year, but there's
As
still.
I've pointed out to the commissioner before, farming in regulated wetland resource areas is allowed by statutory exemption.
So I'm just saying, in terms of if you're looking at disturbance and you're trying to put a definition around it, right? All I'm saying is that I think there's gonna be less disturbance.
Okay.
Can I go right around?
I would like to continue your discussion, Kurt, about not waiving the fee. I want to see your big picture of what the disturbance is. This is the full acreage of the site? Or are you just...
Fees are calculated against the background of the full acreage of the site.
Right.
And we have never zoned in on a specific disturbance within that broader picture. And I think we're making a mistake if we try to tie this project to every square inch of disturbance as it's been laid out. It sets a terrible precedent in terms of every future project. And it was nothing that was intended. The relative disturbance of an area is going to vary from project to project, and in this particular case, you can build an argument, as Attorney Beatrice says, that the disturbance is less under this than it was before. I don't consider that relevant to the application fee structure or project fee structure. He chooses to focus on the term disturbance fee and that's picking up on one word in this whole schedule. It's just the rat's nest going forward of having to deal with these kinds of issues. Fee structure is there to be seen, and in the absence of a conservation quid pro quo, I prefer to stay with the fee structure as it is.
That's what I needed to hear, I just wanted to hear you.
Judy?
I think Kurt has a good point.
Okay.
I see Kurt's issue, and it does provide for a slippery slope. However, this is the 21st century, and I think that there can be some, even though it would be better if there was a quid pro quo associated with some giving, but I don't think we're gonna see that in every case. And as he said, we're not gonna see that for sure. So I don't see that this is that bad of a deal. In fact, I think it's probably pretty good that you did what we asked, gave us what we wanted. I don't have a problem with,
So you would be for the
I
new
would
figure?
prefer reduced, yes.
I have spoken with Brent many times on this, and I do feel that 50 cents per square foot is not correct. We've had it come up before. It wasn't designed to be that, but there is no change in the bylaw, and therefore I think we have to stay with it. You know, and I am pro solar, I'm pro all that, but I mean,
Can I respond?
Kurt's, just a second.
Yeah, yeah.
Kurt is, we're opening a giant can of worms by saying, you know, he's got a 2-inch post and a 1-inch post and all this, and if we start doing that, you know, I mean, then we're gonna go out and count posts, and it could be a real hassle. So I think it should be changed, but this time it isn't changed. Okay, the lady behind you.
I'm Ellie Davis, I live at 9 Central Way. I really agree with the point that was made about sticking to what the intention of the fee is. I think that sometimes in small towns, it's sometimes you sort of feel like it would be okay to give a little bit, but as a Raleigh resident, I'm really concerned about that happening, especially as being in the 21st century, the way our town is moving and changing, there has to be a way that we hold fast to some of the fees and applications that we require of people. And I agree that when you start honing in on such little minutia, it makes everything much more complicated, and it really impacts the financial viability of the town.
Thank you. I don't want to, have to sound like an attorney, although I think it's warranted to a certain extent in this case, because Mr. Turner has taken, I think, a strict view of the terms, at least from his interpretation, not only the fee sheet, but the actual bylaw that actually says disturbance fee. And I hear it being referred to as a fee and a fee, but it's actually a disturbance fee. And I know I touched on this at the last meeting, but the reality of the situation is there is no reasonable interpretation that could lead one to believe that there will be a greater disturbance than what happens seasonally on this project. So to apply it on the entire acreage, I think defeats the intent and purpose of the bylaw. And if there's plain language in the bylaw, if there's plain language in a form, that language has to be applied. And it's clearly a disturbance fee. So with respect to that, and I think the intent and purpose of that regulation would enable this commission to strongly entertain a waiver under the circumstances of this application. And I would submit to you that it doesn't open doors to future applications.
Okay, so what if some guy wants to do something else and we're supposed to waive his fee too?
Well, I think it would be a case-by-case basis depending on the nature of the land that he's disturbing. We're talking about a working farm, Mr. Chairman, that is disturbed constantly, or at least seasonally. And I don't think there's any expectation that someone's gonna go out there and count posts. There could clearly be a condition where the as-built project is reviewed or audited and actually require accounting of the posts, post-construction, if there was a concern. And the differential in the number of posts at 50 cents a square foot at 6-inch diameter for the footings of the posts is a very small amount of money. But I will represent to the Commission that in the absence of a partial waiver of the fee, which I think we're asking under reasonable circumstances, it puts the viability of this entire project in jeopardy. It's a could be considered a deal killer, so to speak. So I would
Well,
ask.
we're not here as a committee to decide what we want, because we don't really want, we're just protecting the conservation for the townspeople. We don't get paid anything. We're here giving up all this time ourselves for nothing. We're here to interpret the rules, and you just heard us go around and interpret the rules. And I disagree with the fee structure, but that's what the town has chosen. So it's not up to me to say, well, today we're not gonna do it, tomorrow we're gonna do it.
It is also labeled it a disturbance fee, and has also given this commission the discretion to waive that fee under certain circumstances.
Under certain circumstances, we have not necessarily waived it, we have, if they give us, if they have some backland that in this case of the next one you're looking at, borders the conservation land, and if they want to give us that in lieu of the fee, something of the like value, that is truly a fee. Still paying it, don't you understand?
I understand perfectly.
I guess I'd like to hear Brent's views on all this. He's a member of another conservation commission in the town of Haverhill and has had broader experience in that regard, and welcome his thoughts at this time.
Can I just...
I just have one quick question about the definition of disturbance. Does it have to do with merely breaking ground, or does it have to do with changing the biodiversity? Now you'll have panels that block rain and block sun, so it changes what can and will grow. So I don't know, is that calculated in disturbance?
Theoretically, these are high enough so that you can still get vegetation growing.
But will it change the nature of the vegetation so that it really changes everything? I mean, you're gonna have just weeds versus the stuff that would grow in the wetlands?
They're gonna have to mow the grass.
Uh-huh.
That means the grass will grow.
Okay, so that isn't factored in under the definition of disturbance?
Disturbance
It's really
is in the
digging
ground.
holes and.
It's something that it's no longer...
It's the ground itself, it's not, I was thinking the same thing, or with all this rain coming down and not, there's a lot of panels where the rain's gonna come off around them and,
It
you know.
doesn't make any more lands, so you get, you know...
Okay,
May I-
that was my question.
May I just add to that, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
We'll have grass theoretically instead of vine corn. That'll be the change. There'll be grass growing instead of vine corn. If you consider that a change or disturbance.
Now, Brent, would you give us your experience in Haverhill? Brent is one that also serves in Haverhill, and they've
Well,
done this thing.
first I want to comment, number one, where these panels are being proposed to be sited is not in wetlands. It is in the buffer zone to wetlands. Number one. So there is a difference in the plant community. In regards to disturbance, I believe the technical definition put forth by the town's bylaw is anything that would alter, dredge, fill, or remove in that regulated buffer zone. So, since farming has occurred there, we don't have the normal situation of an unaltered natural plant community that has developed there since the period of greatly increased agricultural use, which was the foundation of Raleigh, but has since diminished. You can make a case that every single forested and field area in this town was altered at some point in time in the past because it was either farmed, pastured, or something else during the cycle of colonization and development. So, but let's go back. So today, in an area regulated by the commission, the 100-foot buffer zone, there's a proposal for a project that is going to result in some grading, some construction activities, and also the change and putting a stable herbaceous layer is going to be the end result. And they are asking the commission to make a judgment call that within the square footage of where disturbance, which is only part of the calculation, it does not say disturbance fee. What it says is that this is a submittal fee, and that the submittal fee is calculated by coming up with a square footage, a two-dimensional representation or quantification of where these alterations are going to occur. And changing from a farmed tilled field to then a stable herbaceous layer is an alteration of the current conditions on the site. I actually do, although I have the benefit of being a commissioner on the Conservation Commission in the city of Haverhill and have served there for over 20 years, we have not had this type of conversation. We have had 5 now solar projects that have come before the Haverhill Conservation Commission. And the Haverhill Commission has a pretty similar fee structure in regards for this type of project activity in the regulated buffer zone. And we have had projects as recently as just a few months ago that were proposed in previously farmed hayed fields. They paid their fee. Their fee was $22,000 or something like that. They paid it. The economics, you know, we're not allowed the insight into what the exact economics are of these installations, but we have been told that installations of this approximate acreage are somewhere, I think, between $1 million and a $2 million project. And so I don't have the experience of having this type of distinct discussion in the city of Haverhill.
Because this is Raleigh.
I don't know. This is a different applicant or whatever. We, again, all can exercise our rights as we're allowed and have discussions about many different things. They paid their fee in the city of Haverhill, so our commission never entered into this type of discussion. Our chairman is correct. We do have a bylaw fee structure that was voted in and endorsed by the citizens at town meeting and ended up being scrutinized by the Attorney General and then came into being adopted in January of 2004. And Commissioner Turner has a very valid point of view that, you know, as project as a whole, if this was a couple of single-family homes, the commission would not be discussing about some type of differentiation in the square footage of lawn as opposed to the square footage of deck or driveway or stuff. We just haven't done that. But the fact they're entertaining this request by this applicant, I think, shows their ability to consider requests by any applicant who comes forward and has an opinion and a point of view that they wish to support.
What's your opinion on the, in terms of, you know, that type of calculation that we've done here? What's your feeling?
I respectfully decline. I believe that I have sworn an oath to uphold all the bylaws and the rules and regulations of both the Commonwealth and the town of Raleigh, and so.
Okay, fine.
Mr. Chairman, may I just make a comment?
Yes, you may.
the submittal fee with respect to the disturbance, I would ask you to please just consider, A, what it's called. It's a disturbance fee that I would suggest to you indicates that the regulation is intended to recompensate or compensate for a resource area that has not been disturbed. That is
Can I make a suggestion?
That's in its,
Can I make a suggestion that you probably talk to the town of Rowley Council, because we don't make the rules, we just enforce them.
I understand that. The reason why I'm addressing this, Mr. Chairman, is that you do have the discretion to waive it, and there seems to be a very hard line with a strict construction of a municipal regulation. And what I'm driving at is that the intent and purpose of that regulation is to protect a area that is undisturbed, assumably undisturbed within a resource area. That is not the case here, not by any stretch of the imagination. As a matter of fact, the opposite is true. We're going to end up outside of the post. This project will stabilize an unstable. Yeah. Will stabilize an unstable resource area as a result. And I think that fits more on the intent and purpose of the regulation than a strict construction of it, which is basically going to continue, which would, in effect, encourage continued farming within a resource area, rather than destabilize it over a period of time. So, with respect to the intent and purpose of the regulation and the plain language of it, I think this commission could certainly exercise its discretion and provide a partial waiver of the fee.
Are you agreeing, so the analysis you did, you would agree to pay that fee?
Absolutely. At the conclusion of the last meeting, I thought the consensus of the commission was that.
No, we didn't vote on anything, we just
I
said
know,
what
I'm not
was the
suggesting that you
actual
did.
square footage is
I'm
what
not
we voted on.
suggesting that you did, but, and maybe I was wrong, but at the end of the meeting, I thought there was a consensus that you wanted the information so you could calculate accurately a waiver of the disturbance fee. That was my impression when I left this commission meeting last time, and it was the impression of my client. And we spent time, and we were very careful and conservative, and got those figures back to the commission. But we seem to be back, we were at the beginning of the meeting, when Mr. Turner took a very strict review, is you just have to pay the fee on the entire project, and that's the end of it. And I also think that that's a little bit unfair, and I also think there's a reason why you have discretion under the regulation, and I think this fits. Otherwise, we're looking at continued farming.
We don't know that. We don't know what the economics of the proposal are and how they work out in this. There's no way that we can know that regardless of whatever assurances are made with regard to that one way or the other. That's up to the project managers to determine what's economic for them and what isn't economic for them.
And I'm representing to you
I
what the
understand.
situation is. This is a threshold issue on both projects, that if it's not addressed to a point where the project remains economically viable, then it cannot go forward.
Yes?
So I was just gonna say that, but that's not your
It's not.
issue.
That's not-
It's not the issue of this commission whether or not your project is viable. The issue of this commission is to stand for the town and people of Raleigh and say, we have a certain standard for our land, we have a certain charge that we have to do something on our land, and I personally think that that's what the job of the commission is. And it's especially if there's no quid pro quo, and it's a business coming in to do something in the town, I don't see a purpose of a waiver.
Well, if I can respond to that too. I understand the usual request or necessity of a quid pro quo, but in effect, if you really look at this project, there's a huge quid pro quo for everyone in town. Not just a strip of land, but the electricity that this project is gonna contribute to the town at a reduced cost over a stable period of time. That in and of itself is a quid pro quo that's in jeopardy now because of.
Well, fine, pay the fee.
But that's strict application.
Unless we change the fee, and we've talked about trying to get the fee changed, but it's a longer process. So maybe you can come back after we've done that. I have no idea when that would be or how long it would take, but we've had this discussion before. But that's not changed now, and there's nothing else you can do for the town, so our hands are tied.
Ready for a motion?
Well,
I'm ready for a motion.
I disagree, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Respectfully heard your perspectives, Mr. Beatrice, and you presented them very well and thoroughly, and I have taken those into consideration in my views on all this. We are not here to make or break energy policy. We're here to deal with the conservation aspects and the fee schedule that we have before us. And I move that we apply the fee schedule as stated in the town's bylaw fee worksheet to this project.
Okay, second.
Can I have a question on that?
Please, yes.
Once again, that's based on the definition that says the disturbance area is what?
What's being changed? The whole thing's gonna be
The
changed.
footprint of the project that
Footprint
was
of the
in the
project.
regulated buffer zone, in this case, in the
So
100-foot
footprint
buffer
is defined as
zone,
the
for
footprint of
both
the project.
isolated vegetated wetlands.
The footprint
and
within our jurisdiction.
That's
The footprint
right.
within our jurisdiction.
Right.
So, by the way, because we're looking at precedents, so I just want to
No.
get clarity.
Ready? Here, a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No. Nay.
Nay.
Okay.
Is there someone who hasn't voted?
No. I
Same
was
So
in
we
favor.
have,
They're
so we
tied.
have 5 ayes and 1 nay.
No, we have three
No,
nays.
Three nays
Three
3
nays.
nays, I'm sorry.
and 2 yeas.
Three.
Three.
Did you voted
Three.
positive?
Wait.
So can I have that one more time?
No, it's not what I think. I thought that the motion doesn't pass.
Doesn't pass.
It fails.
Hmm.
Lack of a quorum.
No, it's,
I just want to get this vote straight.
no.
No, there's
Sam
you
second.
need four affirmative votes, not just 3.
Okay, I have you write yourself.
That's a majority, it's not a quorum.
Well, I'm sorry.
So it was 3-3, just for the record?
Does someone want to propose another motion?
If I may, the Robert's Rules of Order, the chairman can always break a tie.
Chairman voted.
No, but he can also break a tie under Robert's Rules of Order, just a point of procedure.
Well, that leaves me, I don't want to go against my committee, I don't want to go against my public. It kind of put me in a tough spot. Why don't you keep your mouth shut?
Can I say one more thing?
No.
Sorry.
That was not constructive.
Point of order, I don't know that that's a fact, number one, and number two, this commission has never voted to accept Robert's Rules of Order as the basis for our procedures.
Can I propose a solution,
Yeah,
possibly?
please.
Maybe we could discuss a alternative figure between the $5,900 and come to an agreement on another figure.
Well, I'll let the nays have the floor.
Can I say one thing to the
Please,
nays?
go ahead.
I really feel like you're selling out the town. I really do. I feel like we're,
Seconded.
Rowley gets nickel and dimed, and I really think that, you know, think if the commission's representing the town, I really think you should think long and hard about why the fees were put in place the way they were, how you cannot look at a whole parcel where something's gonna change and accept that as the fee basis. And I don't know, I just feel really strongly that it's setting us down a whole path, even, you know, as he was talking about, then you have to look at single-family homes, and then you're starting to look at decks versus lawns versus, I mean, you're gonna set a precedent that potentially is gonna be, I think, disheartening and I just feel like often the town gets sold down the road, and it's very challenging to hear that.
Well, we've discussed this several times.
Mhm.
You know, over the past years, and I've been here several years. You know, and the fee structure does need to be overhauled.
But you have to wait until that's done.
I suggest to the commission before this meeting goes too far afield here, that the commission simply votes to continue this discussion of the fee. We were nowhere near capable of considering the project based on the fact that most of the project submittals came into the office within the last 24 hours. And therefore, that will give the applicant and their representative the time to prepare a revised submittal, as they've apparently alluded to, that they wish to possibly modify their request for the waiver of the condition.
If Mr. Freitag pays a fee, does that make this project fly?
I have no idea who pays what. Just say that.
Mr. Freitag is not the applicant. Bright Energy is the.
I feel Kurt is 100% correct. 100%. You follow the rules that we live under. Murder is still a crime, robbery is still a crime, and you have bylaws that you have to follow. You're a board. And if you can't follow them, why are you on the board?
Can I respond to that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you may.
The applicant is not requesting anything that is outside the regulations or under the jurisdiction of this board. Please do not mischaracterize that. I've sat here this evening and heard many mischaracterizations. And it's disappointing to a certain extent, so do not mischaracterize it, please.
All right, I'm not gonna do that, but I am gonna take what my agent had suggested, and I would like to continue this for the next meeting.
May I ask
Which
one
is-
question before
So
you
you
do that,
need a-
Mr. Chairman?
No, you may not.
You need a motion.
On what?
You need a motion for the
So
continuance.
do I hear a motion for that?
So moved.
In favor?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. And what were you gonna say?
I'll wait for the next meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
You read the next agenda item and we can talk about it.
Okay, that brings us to the 7:55, right?
Can we take a 2-minute break?
Okay, the 8-point break. There's a continued notice.
Mr. Chairman, can we take a 2-minute break? Literally 2 minutes.
We're gonna be here a while, go ahead.
I'd just like to object, the member who is also serving in Haverhill said that the project is not on wetlands. This has been historically a wetland, exactly where the project is planned.
Are we off the
And that
record
should
now?
be taken into consideration.
Are we off the record now? We're gonna take a break?
Well, we have a whole night's worth of stuff, we'll go on to something else, and when you find it convenient, you can come back.
I certainly wouldn't want to delay the hearing of the next application, because it's my client as well.
Right.
Also asking for-
Well, we have a whole couple pages of lines here.
We've got some administrative items.
We'll do some
that we can-
administrative items, you
we can
guys
take up.
take a break and then.
2 minutes, thank you.
All right, why don't we jump down to the,
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this evening?
yes, I do.
Oh,
Brad, I'm gonna go with the 9:15. Patmos Road.
There's another one.
Thank you. Yeah.
Can I jump right to the 9:15? Patmos
Going down the path that we leverage from this. We have to stick to
Sure.
Probably about a half an hour, 45 minutes. Yeah.
Doesn't mean you have to do it every time.
No, for the next one, they were
No,
on
but
here
the
before.
one that you just postponed.
That was just the
Gentlemen,
feedback.
may I say,
Thank you.
may I say thank you so much for the time you give so freely.
Thanks for coming.
No, we're going to talk about the project itself.
Project itself,
When
maybe a
we
while.
reconvene that agenda item.
Steve will come up in 3 weeks.
Well, no,
Thank you, sir.
So tonight, we're talking about the Central Street project
gotta come back
again, or the
here.
Route 1 project?
I did Steve.
We're coming back to Central Street tonight.
Yes.
Talking about the wetlands. Yeah,
We were just talking about that. That was the thing that I don't think was clear. All we were talking about was the really talked about the.
That's why we were trying to say, let's get through this.
Sorry. Right.
Wait, there's only one
it is
small
gonna be
piece.
coming up after they get through their
Okay.
break.
All right, okay. Let me get to this direct.
Okay, the 9:15 item is an enforcement order for DEP number 63-594, 121 Pappas Road, map 35, parcel lot 8, Margaret D. Hubbard, and Scanlon Construction. Is there anybody here on this one?
No.
Okay, what's going on, Ivan?
Okay. So, basically, everything that we asked for has occurred with one caveat, and that is the environmental consultant, Mary Rimmer, whose services have been engaged by Margaret Hubbard. Due to her workload, she isn't going to be able to respond about recommended strategies for restoration of the area that had the fill placed on it until August 2nd. In the meantime, the fill has all been removed. The dumpster that was on site has been removed. I was provided, but didn't get a chance to print out the copies for you. They put down erosion control too almost immediately. Plus, we received a handwritten letter from Ms. Hubbard acknowledging receipt of the enforcement order and that she will comply and bring the property back into compliance with the issued order of conditions, which we had asked for an affirmative statement. So the fill's been removed, erosion control was put in place. She then subsequently used, I believe, salt marsh hay to mulch the surface and set up wooden stakes, because otherwise the area where the fill was removed looked like she now had a 5 to 6 foot wide pathway going down, and she restaked it to represent the 1 foot to 2 foot wide pathway. The propane tank that was supposed to be moved, they ended up taking it off-site altogether and installed a small propane tank on the exterior of her structure that can be refilled by a hose, because her individual requirements and consumption of propane gas are minimal enough that those needs could be met by the installation of a small tank on her restored and redone house.
So when was Mary gonna be able to start
August
second?
Well, again, and she's just going to give us an opinion as to whether any other remediation actions other than what has been taken so far need to be done. Come the fall, when the oak leaves drop, Ms. Hubbard is going to mulch and scatter the oak leaves over the surface to take the place of the salt marsh hay that's currently been put down, and to try to restore a more natural duff layer to that section of the property that had that crushed stone on it.
All right, now our
That-
next meeting is August 2nd, so should we postpone that to the 23rd?
No, I
Bring
would,
this up again, or just-
no, I would actually, I would suggest that you possibly adopt the strategy to consider that the major terms that were required in the enforcement order have already been complied with, and to allow me, upon receipt of communication and advice from Ms. Rimmer, to either come back to the commission with it, or to just seek that whatever is advised is actually implemented if it goes somewhat beyond just the restoration of the natural oak duff leaf litter layer out there. The area is that particular area that's under the canopy of mature trees is very sparse in terms of having either any herbaceous vegetation or any shrubs, which is one of the reasons why the construction ramp was being put there to begin with. So technically, we've got a stable site. We've got efforts being made to restore the disturbed leaf duff, which is really the thing that mostly got disturbed by trying to pull that placed fill off of there. And so, I mean, if you feel that way.
Well, I mean, she's gonna have to come to work for a letter of compliance anyways, which would be at the end of the job anyways.
Well, right, and I would usually come back to the commission and report to you what the status was and advise you as to whether a return to compliance letter was appropriate. Under the normal status and enforcements that we have.
So we'll just put this on to the,
Or do we remove the enforcement?
just remove the.
Oh, no, absolutely
They
not.
still got their
Enforcement,
stand, yeah.
you don't say that she's complied though,
No.
either.
Correct.
So she hasn't.
It's still, but the major things that we asked to be done, i.e. that the fill, which was not permitted,
Yeah, sure,
be removed,
she's done.
and then that the site be stabilized and erosion control be put in place, that has been done. That was actually the major heavy lifting that we wanted to have done.
That's good.
But we're still waiting for her wetlands consultant to give us distinct advice as to whether there's any other additional steps to take, or whether we just do the fall replacement of the oak leaf litter to restore the area.
Okay, so we'll just put that on hold.
Well, why don't you seek a confirmatory motion from the rest of the commission that the efforts taken so far are appropriate, and that you're advising the agent to report back to the commission if there's anything further prior to complete retirement of the enforcement.
Do I hear such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
In favor? Aye?
Aye.
I'm sorry, I'm just briefly, I'm sorry, I have to ask you. Okay, who moved?
Dave moved.
Thank you. And the second? Dave.
No.
No, I moved.
Dave moves, Sam.
Sam second.
Okay.
That's what I heard.
That's what I heard.
Me too. And it was unanimous, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You just jump to the 9:30. This is a request, a new request for a certificate of compliance, 63-327 at 423 Main Street, map 27, parcel lot 49, Maria Brown. Is there anybody in the audience with that?
No, and she apologizes, she is in the process of moving to Canada. It wasn't more specific than that, other than that she was going north. She's a marine whale biologist. So I did, so the commission does have some supplemental information before them. in kind of the ongoing saga of attempting to resolve an outstanding expired order of conditions on the property.
Yeah. I did take a look at it this afternoon. Brent and I earlier today had talked about it, and basically the house, a previous owner, I think was probably the original owner, two owners ago, had increases the yard into the no cut, no disturb zone.
Well,
And then
excuse me, Chairman Page, I think I related to you just recently that my research today seems to indicate that it's possible that there was a pre-existing condition because the house lot had actually been occupied before and had a pre-existing dwelling on it.
Yeah.
And in fact, that the altered area may have extended a lot closer to the wetland resource area. And when the time came for the project of putting in a replacement sewage disposal system, there's a general reference in the minutes of the commission that could be interpreted that the commission wished to create post-construction a wider, undisturbed buffer area of natural vegetation, and therefore they put in place the 25-foot no-cut, no-disturbance zone. But it may have been put in place over a herbaceous layer that had seen some kind of cutting and alterations in the past associated with the dwelling.
So you can, do you have pictures of the signs? It's basically like a 10-foot border
Yep.
around, yeah.
Ah, actually, yes.
Kurt's got one.
The ones he sent us before.
Yeah.
And,
So the posts have been installed and they meet our test for permanency. And Meridian has assured me that they are working on creation of an as-built plan, which will depict the restricted no-cut, no-disturbance area, and will also note the posts. So there will become a record of the restricted area. And it appears that at least one owner passed, and maybe even two owners passed when the replacement system was put in, that they just failed to create the no-cut, no-disturbance zone. They didn't adhere to that condition that the commission had put in place. And so when this current owner bought the property, there was absolutely no indications, no monumentation, no nothing to indicate where landscaping activity should cease and where they should occur.
How long ago was that?
Now,
When was that? That wasn't done since I've been here, was it?
no, the order of conditions was issued in September of 2000. So it's actually prior to most of us, except for Ms. Keys and Mr. Turner.
It just happens.
So if the commission is comfortable with the steps that have been taken, I would recommend the commission consider voting to issue a certificate of compliance contingent upon submittal and review and approval of the as-built plan for the property. And that should occur within the next 10 days.
I will move that. I'll second that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Now we'll go back.
Don't go anywhere until I remember that you put your nice signatures.
Yes. You can sit there, usually.
Well,
I
no,
would
if
not
he's,
feel appropriate.
no, if he's recusing himself, he really should.
Might be other situations where it would.
Do you want me to get up and excuse myself on my end? By the time I get over there, you'll be done.
Do you wish to go to that agenda item next, or do you wish to return to?
We might as well return to this because we have a lot of people very patiently sitting here.
Yeah, I'll just check. Thank you.
Now we're gonna go back, see if I can get you people out of here, to the 825 item. The continued notice of intent, DEP number 63-651, for the land off Central Street, map 28, parcel lot 50, and 163 Central Street, map 28, parcel lot 49, Matt Marino, from Bright Energy, owned by William Freitag, proposed construction of a 4.3 acre, 650 kilowatt solar photovoltaic system, expansion of a gravel access, drive utilities, grading possibly within 100 feet of a buffer zone bordering vegetated wetland and isolated vegetated wetlands. Okay, there you go again.
Mr. Chairman, before we go forward in this meeting, I understand there was a request to continue the matter relating to the bylaw fee
Yeah.
in the last application, but I don't think the actual meeting on the application was formally closed. And I would ask the chairman to consider that, and to consider any other issues with respect to that project aside from the bylaw fee.
Well, bylaw fee would have nothing, you have a bylaw fee, that's one thing. You were applying for a lower fee.
Waiver, yes.
Yeah, and that we're going to continue to the next meeting, okay?
I would make a request to continue with any other issues associated with that application.
So you don't want to meet on this tonight?
You want the whole project application continued
Yeah.
for Central Street?
No, I would like to.
We already voted on it, that's going to be up at the next meeting.
Well, I understood that vote to be with respect to just the bylaw issue.
Right.
Yeah,
But-
yeah,
But
the
I would
fee
like to,
waiver request.
the fee waiver request, I would like to continue on in any
That's
others
next
He's
meeting.
he's opening
right now.
the hearing on the project.
Okay,
This
what he
is,
just-
this is the project.
right,
Okay.
okay. Central Street.
Right.
Yes, that's
Okay.
what we're doing.
All right.
We're on the same
Make
point.
sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, it's all right.
Thank you.
It's a long night. Central Street.
And let me just stop and tell you people, see, all we're doing is, the first one was on the fee, okay? And that, we've continued on. And now this is on the project itself in regards to the conservation part of it. And we don't make the rules, we can only enforce the rules. So if you start standing up yelling you don't want it, something like that, it's a communist plot, you gotta, that's for
That's
the
what's
other
right.
departments, that's not our
That's for the
department.
planning board, yes.
Right.
We understand.
Okay.
We're getting our signs ready.
All right.
Please don't repeat any comments you've already made that pertain to this part, this
Okay.
agenda item that wound up in the prior agenda.
That's why I was trying to get everybody to quiet down. Yes, sir?
How do you take into consideration that the study that's been done in April does not reflect the history of the land? How do you look at it with us knowing that it was muck in different years, and now doesn't appear to be?
Well, I haven't seen the wetlands information study that was done at this time.
Well,
I couldn't tell you.
The attorney was saying that the study done in April delineated the wetland, which doesn't include where the array will be, but that wetland was where the array will be. And
Let's
will
have a meeting
probably-
on it right now,
Not right
okay?
now, we'll hear it.
Okay, good.
What we're talking about.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Dave. Address.
Do you have any hard copy on that for evidence to the public and for us ourselves? Yes.
The delineation.
Well, the delineation is on the plan.
It's on the plan.
With the flag location.
But did you have soil tests?
I don't know if
It's
Mr.
it's in the documentation.
You submitted a couple of, right,
I have data
test plots.
I have data plots, and I have a wetland delineation report that we submitted. Yes.
Yeah, so that is part of the applications package that the
Yeah.
commission
Oh,
will
yeah.
receive.
It's part of the public record, right?
Right.
It's available for viewing under what's the?
By email, I can send them a PDF of the of that submittal which contains that information. Or they can come into the office and at 5 cents a copy, we can produce photocopies of 8.5 by 11 or 11 by 17s, but that's the biggest that our copier can handle.
All right, did you people hear that?
Yes, we appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
I would say that we have to take the projects that appear before us as they are submitted, and we can't, it doesn't make any sense to take the Noah's Ark flood into account, to be facetious about this, which I don't really mean in a mean-spirited way, but you can't go to extremes in terms of any particular property with regard to any particular project. You have to take the application as it comes with regard to professional engineers who deal with this sort of thing,
You
the
take a
unusual
one-year
events and
plan?
special events are basically wind up being irrelevant.
Go ahead, you've got the floor.
You take a 1-year plan or a 10-year plan?
Well, when I delineate wetlands, I'm Patrick Seecamp, I am a Seecamp environmental consultant. So when we delineate, Brent sort of explained this, when we delineate wetlands, we have a very technical criteria that we have to apply to identify wetland resource areas. And we look at wetland vegetation characteristics, we look at soil characteristics, and we look at groundwater and surface water hydrology characteristics. And really the soils are a very reliable characteristic because I agree with you, today that field is a lot drier than it was when I was out there in April and hung the first flags in early May.
And it's drier in April, it's been drier in April than it has
Correct.
preceding April.
And I've been in this business for 30 years and I've seen very wet springs and I've seen my share of dry springs. But what I was getting to was, over time, those characteristics leave markers in the soil that tell me I could be there in August when the soil I'm pulling out of the hole is powder dry and still tell whether it's a wetland soil or not. It has soil colors, there's a soil chemistry characteristic as the groundwater table creates anoxic conditions. So there are markers that get left, and I rely on those markers to do my delineations. So I have a delineation on the plan. We did identify the wetland resource areas, both peripherally around the proposed site, but I also found a lot of wetland resource areas that were within the farmed field, and I think Bill was quite surprised that some of his cornfield and some of his field that he has farmed for 38 years, he's farming in a wetland. And I found it because I don't have any wetland vegetation in there. It was either rye when I saw it, or my understanding was in years past it's corn. But I looked at the soils and the hydrology characteristics, and I literally was walking in knee boots. That field does get very wet in the spring, as do a lot of ag fields. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're standing in a wetland. Many upland ag fields, because you have completely taken all the vegetation off of them, there's no evapotranspiration rate. Those sites, depending on the soil conditions, are often wet in the early spring, and they dry out as we progress toward the growing season when there's a lot of that evapotranspiration of the groundwater table out of the soils. I do know that I found a lot of wetlands within the farm field. I used the soil hydrology characteristics exclusively because the vegetation on this particular site is completely altered. So I know what I'm doing. I have a wetland delineation out there. It was reviewed by the Rowley Conservation Agent, and I did data plots to prove that I did my work correctly. I submitted that data, and it's part of the public record that was submitted.
I don't doubt that you've done a great job.
And
My
Mr.
concern
Seecamp
is
has
that-
the added benefit that I check him in Haverhill as well as check him in Rowley.
Do your studies reflect preceding years? I understand April to August, but does it reflect 5 years ago?
There is a long-term progression and why we have some areas on the landscape that are wetlands, and it doesn't matter if you cut them off, they come back as wetlands. If the groundwater hydrology is there, it's really quite simple. If your hydrology is there and your soils are conducive to wetland development, you're gonna have a wetland, whether you're cutting it, farming it, mowing it. Most of the wetlands that I have delineated around the outside of the site have been pastured and farmed for hundreds of years. It's probably only been 100 to maybe 125 years that that forest community has come back. We've got ditches out there, we've got old ag ditches in the middle of the swamp. I'm sure, being on the coast, going inland with all the rock that we grow in New England, the best farming areas initially for the settlers were in the salt marshes, and then as you came in, the big wooded swamp areas. So wetlands don't move that quickly. Okay, so in your lawn, if you're mowing your lawn and you stop mowing it, you have a wet spring, you won't necessarily get a wetland growing and starting in your lawn if it doesn't have the groundwater hydrology characteristics. They do move. You can see some seasonal shifts, but for the most part, they move very slowly. They are natural systems, and there is a sort of balancing out. And there's a reason why some plants are adapted to growing in upland areas, and some plants are adapted to growing in wetland areas. It's a niche. It's an environmental niche that they have found a benefit to them. So red maples and tupelo and swamp white oaks do much better in a wetland condition, and they get selected against in an upland condition, whereas your red oaks, your sugar maples, a lot of your upland forbs and wildflowers can't compete with the wetland vegetation. They do much better in the upland areas. So there's slight movement, but for the most part, these are systems that shake out over centuries, if not thousands of years.
So that being said, is that field ready for heavy industrial equipment out there? Do you think it's buildable for that kind of?
That field has a one period of the year when I would not recommend you drive any equipment out that, and that is the end of the winter before the growing season. And that is exactly the time when the groundwater conditions are the highest of the year.
What about putting buildings on it, or a construction project,
Well,
or something that's got to be heavy?
Well, that's correct, but they're not building, the Empire State Building out there. They are putting solar panels, and that's more of a function of the geotechnical engineering and the things as to what those soils will support. So I don't really look at that. But what I do know as a wetland scientist who wears boots in the early spring, any ag field that I try to walk across, I wouldn't recommend somebody try to drive their truck across. I could go out there today, however, in my shoes right now and walk across that field and be completely dry. And it's very typical to ag fields.
So you're saying even though that has been so mucky that you can't walk through it, it's not considered wetland?
Correct. The majority of that field is an upland outwash plain. The areas down at the lower end where the groundwater hydrology comes up in, the pond, Bill's got a pond out there, and there's a big wooded swamp with lots of skunk cabbage in the understory, lots of big oak, swamp white oak.
What happens when the array is built and that whole area is muck?
Well, what's going to happen is, and this is the other point, I look at things in a very three-dimensional. The engineers see a flat plan and they see a wetland boundary on a plan, but I consider the three-dimensional community that's going to develop in this field. And what's going to happen is you're going to have a meadow community that is going to be very beneficial for a lot of meadow-dependent species. And in Massachusetts, our meadow communities are in decline. Our ground nesting species, the bobolinks, the rose-breasted towhees, the goldfinches, we're losing habitat for them. This kind of project will produce a meadow community that isn't currently there because Bill farms it.
A what community?
It's going to produce a meadow.
Meadow.
So a meadow community. So what's going to happen is you're going to have solar panels, you're going to have some shading, but underneath all that structure, you will have a grassland habitat that will provide good habitat for certain species. Bird species, things that can get in there. It will be fenced. You're not going to have a lot of large mammals getting over the fence or under the fence, but the bird species, you'll have a lot of pollinators that will utilize the wildflowers and forbs that develop under those panels. You will have a lot of butterfly and honeybee and other pollinating species that can certainly use it.
And you know, the fence is gonna prevent some of the wildlife that normally goes there to feed.
Correct. The fence is intended to keep the deer out, anything that basically crawls. I think even a turkey could get over that fence and they could fly back out, so won't prohibit them
He
anyway.
won't get electrocuted when he flies over the fence.
Yeah, I don't think there's any electric on the fence. So
Thank you for your explanation.
You're welcome. Any opportunity, nature loves a vacuum, and nature will fill in the void. And disturbance from one perspective provides opportunity for other species to come in.
Thank you.
So, we did submit a revised set of plans from the original set that was submitted as a result of our discussion that we had at the last meeting. The revised set of plans includes a 16-foot wide access road throughout the project site, where previously it was as wide as 20 feet, narrowed down to 16 at one particular location, but now we've showed the entire roadway as 16 feet wide. We also did include on the revised set of plans replacing that existing pipe that goes across the roadway that when we were out on the sidewalk, that looks like it's been damaged. It's a corrugated metal pipe that's existing currently now. We're proposing to replace it with a concrete pipe, a little bit more durable. The areas underneath the panels and around the panels will be vegetated with a seed mix. We had referenced a upland roadside matrix seed mix in the documentation, which that consists of a lot of various grasses, some small shrub species, as well as some wildflowers in there that will provide the habitat that Patrick just described. We do have some photographs from another project that we've been involved with, just to give you an idea of what that area might eventually look like after the seed has had a chance to germinate and get established. We also have included in the documentation in our operation and maintenance plan, there's a description in there about the grass areas will be mowed as necessary, but with the selection of the species or the seed mix that we're proposing, it's intended to be a low maintenance, low growing type of vegetation that is established in there, which will require very little maintenance. And that's the whole idea of it. It's not having to go out there and maintain it on a weekly or very often basis. Those photos are from another solar project that was done in a former agricultural field as well, out in western Mass.
Yeah, it was just, yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, well, do you want to see this?
Yeah, I just visited a solar farm and took photos myself.
Just for the record, you actually have not submitted these plans to the Raleigh Conservation Commission. You emailed an electronic PDF, I believe, outside of our normal business hours to the office and did not have the courtesy of overnighting or currying sets of plans. So the commission in the office has not viewed these plans as a hard copy, nor received what the Raleigh Commission considers an adequate submittal, which would be 8 copies to allow distribution and review by this commission. Not that I'm taking away from anything that you've said, but the staff of the commission and the commissioners have not had an opportunity to review these plans. Nor have we received the hard copy, which then would allow us to respond to any of the interested public who would wish to view these plans. Now, we anticipate that you will correct that slight deficiency, hopefully by tomorrow. But just for the record, we haven't gotten a submittal.
On those terms.
Well, we have no other terms. The NOI checklist that I believe you folks.
Well, I'm not disputing that, but
Right.
what I'm suggesting is.
This commission only has recently requested electronic copies. It's not for the point of replacing hard copy submittals. It was for the point of just establishing and having an electronic version because we have no ability to copy plans, and it was to facilitate us responding to inquiries of the public.
Understood. And that being said, are there any issues of the PDF plans that you have received that would be fruitful to discuss this evening?
Since they were received Friday, I think it was Friday or late Thursday outside of normal office hours, I'm actually viewing it for the first time myself tonight. I was provided a copy from the last meeting. I'm not sure whether anything has changed in regards to that. You brought a revised plan set, but only an individual copy to the past meeting, so.
But in terms of.
And that was when we were having discussions about changing the width of the
Right.
access road
Right.
and Hammerhead. But anyway, so we're not disputing anything, I'm just saying I can't advise the commission to consider closing the public record. And I think Attorney Beatrice and I also had a conversation about trying to facilitate and utilize the planning board's technical review process to achieve a review of the stormwater facilities and calculations that go along with this project, instead of the commission voting to hire a third-party peer reviewer for that. We usually try to combine the efforts of town boards so we don't result in applicants paying for different boards doing the same review.
Under normal circumstances.
But
under normal circumstances.
in terms, and please correct me if I'm wrong, David, the plans that were provided to the commission under the NOI checklist, again, correct me if I'm wrong, the only change in that plan is the width of the roadway?
The only difference in the plans that we're talking about, that we have right here and that were emailed the other day from what was submitted initially, is that the roadway has been narrowed down. This culvert this pipe is being shown as being replaced here, and I think that is, well, and the pond is labeled. We've added some labels on the wetlands themselves and the buffer zones that were missing from the plan previously, but other than that,
right,
that's the only thing that's changed.
So there's been no substantive changes in projects.
Right.
Can I just back to this, is the grade, the tilt on these, the angle on these, and the height off the ground, the same as the proposed field here? I have photos,
They're probably close. It's two different solar companies.
Okay.
We work for probably half a dozen different solar companies. Everyone has their own panels that they use and different ways of installations, but.
I think it's, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well,
I think it's
within reason. It's not significant.
I don't know that it is within reason.
I think it's advantageous to the photos that these are low and angled down lower. I just visited the Salisbury Solar Farm, and I have photos of that, and the panels are angled quite a bit more, and they're higher up off the ground. And I have the photos actually with me, but there's very little vegetation because the sun doesn't get in there for them to grow the way this is obviously growing. They only have to mow minor.
I really object to that kind of picture being put forth as a demonstration of what will be there. It is very unlike what I've been explained that will be there. And it's just a waste of time to see photos like that don't reflect the project. Second thing is, one of my neighbors has checked the measurements on some of the arrays, and they seem to be too close to property lines. And I think people should check that.
That's my
These are surveyed plans.
Sorry,
Mr. Chairman, and
it's confusing.
Well, it's not the commission's purview in regards to any type of zoning requirements that might possibly be put in place by either.
That would be best addressed at the zoning board,
The planning board.
planning board, which is tomorrow.
I think so.
Yeah.
so, in fact, Mr. Chairman, if I could, given that there's no substantive changes on that plan, are there any issues that we could resolve or discuss this evening in the hopes of closing the hearing at some point?
Let me speak to my agents.
Wasn't this the project, though, that we did receive commentary because DEP thought this was the only submittal?
Yes.
This is the project that received the final.
Yes.
So there was a comment from DEP on their website about, they questioned the curve numbers, I believe, that were used in the calculations.
Yeah, I don't recall the exact comment, but what they were referring to was that the curve number that should be used was meadow, which is what we did use for the post-construction runoff calculations.
Well, there's two things that still need to occur. First off, there needs to be some kind of technical review of the stormwater. We've heard numerous testimony from butters who have personal and long-term experience about runoff issues, flooding issues, or whatever. So it's obviously the commission, in order to do due diligence, is going to seek confirmation by a technical review. We would like to utilize the planning board's review. We cannot do that if you try to position us and close the public hearing before we can receive that. But I would also advise against that too, because I haven't, nor have the commissioners had an opportunity to specifically review these plans. And that would then allow me to present conditions that might be specifically crafted in response to this particular proposal, which I would like the opportunity to do. Granted, there doesn't seem to be any substantive issues except for addressing the specificity of that comment from DEP, which seems stormwater related.
Would it not be possible to make that a condition with respect to the stormwater management plan?
Don't you need a stormwater permit? Don't you have an excess, you're gonna love this, of 20,000 square feet of disturbance for this project?
Which is why we're
So I think if you would examine the technical, the regulations attached to Raleigh's stormwater bylaw, you will find that technical review of the hydrology and drainage calculations is a specific requirement.
Yes.
Of that particular bylaw, as well as a requirement for the commission reviewing a project such as this. So
that's understood.
So there's two ways to approach this. If you are not willing, because you think the planning board process is going to draw this out, the commission could vote tonight on the hiring of a peer review, third-party peer review consultant to obtain a technical stormwater review in a more, possibly more expeditious manner, although I don't know whether you heard anything back from the planning department about their review. That is one option that could possibly get the commission to move to a point where they might be able to consider closing an issue at the next hearing, August 2nd.
That's understood, but I guess my question was, could not the commission entertain the ability to make the stormwater management permit a condition, an order of condition?
It's a separate standalone bylaw by itself. There's no linkage. In fact, to be quite honest with you, stormwater bylaw, there's a particular aspect of it right now that we're trying to clarify, because it actually was designed for projects such as this, where only a portion of the project is actually in a regulated wetlands resource area, subject to the commission's jurisdiction, whereas the project itself, in this case, probably over 50% of it, is actually outside of regulated wetland resource areas, i.e. buffer zone on it. And the stormwater bylaw was put in place because we had some folks that used to like to end their erosion control right at the 100-foot buffer zone line, even though they had disturbance and erodible materials and a topography that was not going to bless the abutters or downgradient wetland resource areas or town rights of way. Not to mention the EPA said we had to do it too, so, under the Clean Water Act. I understand your perspective, Counselor, but I think there's also a downside to that. There's a downside that when you close the public record, then you lose the ability to either request revisions that may come up, or to respond to possible changes that are revealed by a technical review for stormwater and drainage characteristics. Now, I understand that this is, in terms of complexity, this is a non-complex site. And you have a relatively straightforward proposal here that, again, is all buffer zone with very minimal, if any, type of impact, although there is isolated vegetated wetland area that's like right off the edge of the road. But I believe there is a pathway that would allow closing and issuance at possibly the next hearing.
As I think the commission understood the last meeting, time is frankly the most important issue, which explains at least my position of urgency.
I understand, but you would agree that the commission would be actually taking a perilous path because the commissioners themselves have not received the revised plans, that hard copies of the revised plans have not made it into the office, and we've had numerous abutters testify here tonight talking about drainage and runoff issues, etc. And without having a proper stormwater review done, the commission is actually putting themselves in peril that they may be possibly permitting and conditioning a project that may actually need further attention to detail that is not entirely obvious at this point in time.
Understood. And just for your information, I am informed that the planning board's consultant already has the plans and the revised plans and the stormwater management plan. And we're trying to expedite that review at the same time as appearing before the planning board, always with the intent to administer both of these applications before the planning board and the Conservation Commission at the same time.
There's also the 800-pound gorilla in the room, and that the fee discussion has not been consummated, and that is an integral part of this process. And again, I would have to recommend to the commission that they not consider closing anything at this point in time, that really we're looking at the August 2nd.
To be frank, I was hoping to try to put as many issues to bed as possible this evening. I understand your position in terms of the plans. And just on that last note with respect to the fee, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I just want to make sure that, because there was a question whether there was a fundamental understanding with respect to the disturbance in the 100-foot buffer zone. The plan is not to do any grading, but only to install the posts and the footings for the fencing and the solar arrays. And obviously that's separate from the roadway. And in addition to mowing 2 or 3 times a year. So that would be the only disturbance that we are discussing. Make sure that's clear.
No change.
I understand the position you have on that, Brian, but I just want to make sure that the actual activities, that there was no misunderstanding.
Yes?
I have a question about the storm drainage and everything. I don't know enough about solar arrays or storm drainage, but is the way that the panels are tilted and the height of the panels, does that have an impact on either how the vegetation grows underneath the panels? And if so, how do you account for that? So for example, if it's set up in a certain way so that the growing doesn't happen and it ends up being sort of a muddy, I don't know enough about it, but I don't know whether or not that has an impact. And I also wonder about the impact on wildlife, and I don't know whether that falls within your purview or not, but there's quite a lot of wildlife in that field.
They did talk about the wildlife,
Yes.
being good for some and bad for the
Okay.
change.
But I guess my question was more just about, I don't know whether like I said, the height and the tilt has any impact on water and storm drainage. I don't know.
Well, in responding to that specific aspect of your questioning, yes, there is actually guidance in regards to doing the stormwater hydrology and drainage calculations for solar panels specifically because of that drip edge effect is unique to this type of installation. You obviously have multiple linear feet of an edge that is dripping down, and so yes, the guidance and the procedures and the calculations for accounting for that have been taken into effect, and that was one of the reasons we were having a little discussion about curve ratios or whatever. It has to do with then the surface that is being deposited on and whether it infiltrates, how much of it sheet flows off because it's a concentrated drip edge. Yeah, I mean, we all know this intuitively because those of us who either put gutters on the edge of our house or have to figure out how to keep our mulch staying in one place in our planted beds because of that coming off the roof is totally different than other things. And with this type of installation, you have many, many, many feet of those edges. But in terms of the height and the shading, that is probably plant specific. The good news is that the sun rotates in the sky, so therefore it's not like there's permanent shaded spots. But even so, we know from walking in mature woods or whatever that there are numerous plant species that are able to survive and even propagate quite well in low light, diffuse transitions. And there's also other very sun-loving meadow species that are actually going to think that this is absolutely marvelous because they're going to have just a couple hours of siesta relaxing from the sun and then sun the rest of the day, which they consider is absolutely marvelous.
And as you just said, with all the water runoff, people with gutters without, the amount of water coming naturally from the sky and the amount of water coming from all these runoff lines is going to affect, which is the other meeting that you had, but whether or not it's going to affect the ground, and it is.
It seems to be a lot more drip from the panels that exist with just an open field.
Yeah. But again, that has been taken into account by how the drainage and the hydrology characteristics are evaluated on this, but it also does diffuse too. It may mound in one spot, but then just by the nature of whatever the gradient is and the cover that you have there, which a vegetative cover is very good at filtering and diffusing things, and also stabilizing the soil so that that dripping or whatever is not constantly mobilizing and moving grains of soil and causing it to erode and flow down.
Understand, the amount of rain that comes from the sky hitting the panels, whether the panels are there or not, is the same.
It is the same.
The problem will be where the strip edge is.
Correct.
And
Exactly.
how that is handled.
Exactly, right.
That's,
Which is why
which is all part of the of the wetland.
Around your
Sorry,
home?
the
Stormwater.
stormwater.
And around your home, when you put your gutters, you also have to
It's all part of
deflect
the
it away
stormwater.
You
from
don't
the
have any
house, because it does.
description of the
All
panels
part of the
themselves,
storm.
do you, as far
Yes,
as the
that's
height
okay.
and the angle and the width?
Yeah, we have it, we have a typical detail of the
Is it
solar
what you're
panel
going to be using?
installation, which this detail was shown on the original
Yeah,
mission. This is the detail that was pointed out, shows a concrete footing for the posts. So we did add, this was one other change that we added to the plans, was we added a separate detail for a post that does not have the concrete footing.
what is the height at the lowest point?
At the lowest point, this detail shows 24 inches from the ground surface to the edge of the panel.
The highest?
And the highest is 70.5 inches, which would have to be 6 feet.
So there's 6 too.
How will they mow in that short of distance, short of height? How will they maintain it?
Probably a weed whacker.
Is
No,
there,
usually the panel arrays are enough that they just have a mowing deck, right?
They can, I mean, it's
Don't
2
they go down
feet
the-
off
down
the
the
ground,
roads?
they can-
Yeah.
a mower could get under
But I mean,
there.
you've got enough spacing between
Oh, yeah.
the two different arrays.
Oh,
that's-
yes.
yeah,
It's 15 feet.
Yeah.
Can I just ask one final
15
question?
feet between the rows? Yeah.
In terms of the future oversight, does that come back to this commission? So if things happen so that it ends up being a muddy field or something happens, how does that come back to this? You know what I'm saying, what's the,
What, 20 years from now when when it's
5
over?
years from now, 2 years from now, whatever, I mean, it's like, what's the,
I don't think mud would prevent it from working.
no, but if if there's an impact, it's an unexpected impact.
Negative impact of,
Yes.
as a result of it.
In some way, to the water, to the, I'm just curious, just because I don't know
Well,
the
the
procedure in
tornado
the
came
town.
through
The
and
commission-
knocked down trees.
Erosion,
The applicant has submitted an operations and maintenance plan
Mhm.
for this facility.
Okay.
And the commission normally will consider, condition and put in place a perpetual condition that requires stormwater facilities, drainage structures, et cetera, and in this case, certainly the herbaceous cover, be appropriately maintained so that that system can function as designed. And so, if there is an issue with erodible materials being generated and then being discharged from this facility, yes, if that's reported to the commission has the ability then to demand that corrective action be taken. If there's sedimentation into any of the adjacent wetland resource areas, the commission can issue what's called an enforcement order and declare them in violation, and that they have to clean up and restore any areas that have been negatively impacted by eroded sediment or other misplaced fill that's been transported by washouts or something like that. So there,
Yeah.
as much as we can, there is, or there are provisions in the commission as a matter of policy and standard operating practice will put in place those types of things, which is why we ask them to submit to us what their best management practices is and what their maintenance regime, and that usually includes an inspection schedule that the commission also conditions and requires them to implement. And that's also one of the reasons for the access road, is so that they can go in and appropriately maintain, as well as provide emergency access in case there is some kind of accident or emergency that, either fire, police, or safety officials need to get in there. So some of those things are thought of as best we can at this point in time that are required and continue on into the future for the life of the facility.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more question along that vein? I live on Central Way, my name's Elaine Pacheco. I look at my neighbor's house who abut the field. I don't see anything but beautiful trees. I'm going to be seeing, in the winter, perhaps some solar panels or if there's a storm and the trees or got blight or a gypsy moth infestation, I'm gonna see a lot of solar panels, which is gonna greatly impact my real estate value, should I wanna sell. Does the responsibility of ownership and stewardship really extend as far as the buffer trees? So that should a storm or blight and the trees are gone or big gaps, what do we do about something like that?
That's a marvelous thought and concern for you to express to the planning board.
Planning board, okay.
Who I believe the applicant has already made some provisions on their
Okay.
submitted plans.
Okay.
They happen to be outside the jurisdictional area of this commission.
Okay.
But they have put down provisions where they recognize the fact that there may be some visual impact from their project, and they have indicated, I only know this from looking at the plan, that they have shown supplemental plantings, and I believe those are evergreens, in order to provide a visual barrier to address portions where they feel there isn't enough vegetative screening right now in place.
So
And I
that's
hate to
not
be
under
putting
your
any
aegis.
words in the applicant's professionals here, but that is also a planning board.
So that's planning versus conservation, even though
Well, again,
it's-
because I believe it's outside of our regulated area,
Okay,
and so, not that we don't have some concerns for maintaining appropriate
Yeah.
vegetative, but most of the vegetative areas we're looking at actually aren't being impacted by the project so much, since most of the activities in our buffer zone are buffer zone that has been previously tilled and cultivated.
okay, thank you.
Is, real quick, it might not be, it might be planning board, is the field itself going to be leveled? Physically leveled?
I don't believe it has to be moved at all, because they have posts.
I just wondered,
Do you
right
wanna
now,
answer?
with the topography, how the runoff, which direction the runoff goes, and I don't know how to.
That's not gonna be changed, I don't believe.
The only grading that's happening on the site is related to the access roadway itself. Where the panels are going, there's no grading happening there.
All right, I do have a question about mowing. The plan is to mow it how frequently?
As needed, but likely 2 to 3 times a year.
Some of these pictures that you have here show pretty high growth of vegetation. If you mow that, depending on how you mow it and whether you collect it or not at the time, or it's just gonna pile up and stay there, it's gonna clog your mowers the next time.
No, I use a different mower, it's like what I use for when I mow the dump. It's
Mulching mower.
just mulches, right up.
Okay.
Nope, it's a flail mower.
Wish I had a mower like that.
They're expensive.
Yes, just a question on time. Do you keep going, or do you have a certain stop time?
Unfortunately, we
We
just
just
have to
keep going.
keep
We
going,
just keep
so we'll
going.
be here
Okay.
for a while. Okay, how are we leaving this right now? I've lost.
Well, my recommendation to the commission is, because you haven't received the revised plans, neither has the office, as well as it's open-ended at this point in time about when the technical review of the stormwater is going to occur, that with the applicant's permission, that we continue this to our August 2nd meeting and try to get, as well as the fact that we're requested, and I believe they asked, for the opportunity to give you further information on the previous agenda item revolving around the fee. It seems like we should look to the August 2nd meeting for continuance.
I will so move that.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I'm sorry, who seconded that?
I did.
Thank you. Okay.
So I believe this brings us to our 8:45 item. This is a discussion and resolution. Yes.
May I request a short recess in
Yeah.
order to visit the facilities and the corridor?
Missed that one.
Still up there. We're in McDonald's for all their drive drinks. Did they deliver?
They don't.
Yes.
Do they? Pizza factory delivers food.
I was gonna inform you, Bill, go on to the one. I may have to come back.
Right, house pizza.
Yeah, or you can write up a,
I don't know, after 3 hours.
synopsis of your feelings on what you.
Yeah, but I'm not going.
Huh? No, but I can read it.
Yeah.
It's the other
I mean, I'm just wondering, you may have to just. The August 23rd. I'll be up in.
So you're gonna be gone the second? Lucky you.
Well, I'll be back between, turns out it's those 2 weeks. I'm back for the weeks in between, it's just that those 2 weeks.
Yeah. That's up to you.
Whatever way you want to do it.
Whatever way you want to do it.
I'm thinking all this stuff is gonna hit the chest.
I think the other stuff might fix it, you know, tomorrow's meeting.
I hear you. What I'll do is I'll stay in touch with you.
Okay.
Figure out, because if it is gonna be an issue, and the quorums, I may not be here.
I don't think it'll be an issue of quorum. I don't know.
Normally it doesn't.
Yeah, but I
Well,
don't
but
want.
we lost Sam. So,
Yeah, right, see, now you're getting down.
yeah, right.
I'll stay in touch, I mean, I can drive down.
I don't believe the chairman should have the ability to break it.
There is a,
It doesn't seem right to me.
I think I've done this too before, where it's been videotaped, and I was brought up to speed.
Catch up.
I can't do that.
If it's something that's decided.
That hybrid thing. That's more in case when the chairman doesn't vote, and then you come.
That would be giving me 2 votes on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I
That didn't feel right.
I think the gentleman himself is the chairman of the water.
It just didn't feel right.
But I won't do anything that doesn't feel right, you know, that didn't feel right to me, so.
That didn't feel right at all.
It's like you voting twice.
Right, that's not
Yeah,
fair.
right, that's like,
That's what I was telling you.
More common things, Jim, not to vote.
Right, like, I think the head of the Senate, and stuff like that, do that, don't they? Yeah, they're there for tiebreaker.
Wish I had a meal. The night we didn't drink it, I don't know what it is.
I went down to Doug's, he didn't have any cookies.
Yeah, all that stuff to bring it snack. We used it. I don't know.
I never eat any of
Question is whether it would be more dangerous with the sugar fix.
That's true. That might be a hindrance.
Okay.
Do we jump to the water department first to leave the gentleman?
It's already there. Dictate how fast it drinks.
It's gonna be the same on this one, since we're not gonna have any,
Right.
we can't rule on that. So you want me to-
Exactly.
I just wanted, if you had any questions, I just wanted to hear.
Well, it's a different site, but that's about it.
But I don't mind doing the water department right now.
Right, I know, it's really just meant to just be a report.
Right. Okay, yeah, we'll do water department now.
I don't even know if he brought this stuff here. We'll just have to talk about it.
I don't know, because every time I saw you, it was subject to conversation, but I don't, I
Well,
read some stuff, I.
Sent the memo around to
Yeah.
you folks.
All right.
Howard's.
Dice.
Okay, everybody's back now?
That looks like it belongs to a risk game or something.
All right, we're going to jump down to the 950, which comes under permits and enforcements. It's emergency release of water at 64 Pingree Farm Road, map 4, parcel 12, lot 1. Raleigh Water Department, 80,000 gallons discharge into Pingree Farm Conservation Area. As it's, that would be that one.
I actually just came to, and Brent put a pretty detailed memo together. I just wanted to be here in case you guys had specific questions. When that happened last, or a week and a half ago, our first order of business was life safety. We had someone in the building, to get them out. We had 440 and 220 connections in there that were live. So it was life safety. Then it was the public safety with the water, and then it was recovery. And you know, my apologies, it was the end of the day when we reached out, and we missed Brett, and we should have done a better job with that, but again, the crisis was evolving. We tried to, that was the order of activities, and it didn't really occur until the detention filled up, started kind of leaking over the edge, but it was clean water, I will say that. It was potable, I don't know what the right term is, but it was potable water. It was drinking water that got released. So.
Which is actually what our issue is, though.
The drinking water?
Well, because it's chlorinated.
Yeah. Well, it was one part per million, and which is.
But in case you're not aware of the sensitive resource areas that are located on that site and in very close proximity to where the plant and the stormwater basin is, that stormwater basin actually grazes the edge of the 200-foot no-work zone that was imposed by DEP for a certified vernal pool.
I found out subsequent.
Plus after that, and that was put in place apparently during the permitting of Wellfield 5. Subsequent to that particular vernal pool being certified, another vernal pool was discovered right on the dirt road that goes down to Wellfield 5's wellheads themselves. So there's actually a vernal pool that's even closer than 200 feet to that area. So I guess you can possibly offer this department the assurance that number one, the cell phone that I carry in direct response to making myself available to the town and for emergency calls, that will be utilized in the future in terms of notification, as well as I believe I also expressed the fact that the police department also has that number and can contact me if there's an issue with a water department employee not having access to wherever my cell phone number is. But the reality is that the commission's office, myself, should have been informed at 10 a.m. in the morning when pumps were being set up and it was being decided where they were going to discharge to. Granted, we all were blessed by the fact that the topography of the particular area of the site where that water was discharged to directed that flow away from the vernal pool. But there's a grave concern that vernal pools are not just for amphibian breeding, they also support a bunch of macro and micro invertebrates and other things. All of those critters, and especially amphibians who transpire and breathe and absorb moisture through their skin, would be severely negatively impacted by contact with water that had any level of chlorine in it. I don't actually know, because I'm not a biologist, I don't know what their tolerance is for it, but we would prefer not to find out.
Agreed. Again, my apologies to the commission. We didn't, we're scrambling. I've only been a commissioner for a year and a half, or a little bit more than that, a little over a year. Wasn't aware of some of the things that you brought up. And to that extent, and now that the dust is cleared, or the puddles have settled, you know, we're looking at our procedures, and it was clearly a miss. Well, we should get you early, not at the end, and
Well, and
we'll go
the-
back to our stuff and make sure that you're on the.
And again,
front end.
the other reason for facilitating communications or whatever is so is you don't have to remember that stuff. You can rely upon me to have the intimate knowledge about wetland resource areas, because your thing is operating a safe, clean drinking water distribution system for the benefit of the citizens. You can rely upon me to provide my expertise in the areas that I represent the commission on and know better. I don't know anything at all about treating water to make it potable. So, other than the fact that you do it and you add stuff to it.
Well, this stuff was minimally, I'd say, just to assuage any concerns, this was probably as minimally treated as possible. This was pretty virgin water, but notwithstanding, there was a little in it, so. And again, this was, we hope we never have an issue like this again.
Oh, for sure.
Well, now that you know that this is it's a resource area of high concern, whether you're new or not, you should know that. And the things that Brent have said are things that are very, very in much concern for this commission, so you should be very aware of them now, and you should also have that number with you, as he said, as a resource.
So we've amended our plans, and we, you know, going forward, if there's anything like this ever occurs like that again, or for other issues, you know, we've amended our emergency operation book, if you will. That should not happen again, Brett. So.
I'd like to say also congratulations on the speedy resolution of the whole matter. I was impressed with how fast you restored the water restriction to where it was before.
And again, it was a water quantity, not a quality, thankfully, and
Nobody was hurt.
we actually thanked everybody publicly tonight that the conservation efforts made the difference when we went out to everyone, and I'm not, you know, everyone really tried hard, and it made the difference. We monitored it, and we got by without having to open up the interconnect to Georgetown.
Are you gonna have to rewire the basement?
It's almost already done. They replaced the pump, they've dried it, replaced the pumps. There's some more electrical people coming in to do some additional work. But we're back in operation with, within about 2 days, we're pumping again, and then within about a week, we'll be back at, everything will be ready.
Excellent. Yeah, it was just more a procedural thing, but.
And that's why I wanted to come tonight, because from a past standpoint with the Water Commission, I know there's been a lot of missteps. I don't want to say anything else, but I wanted to make sure that I came here to let you know that we want to work with all the other boards in the town, and Brent's always been a big supporter. And we're going out to do something together next week even, so.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Do we need him for the hazard tree on there? No. Okay, that's
Great.
it. Thank you very much.
Thanks for popping me up.
Yep. All right, just while we got it here, what's the hazard tree?
That's within the easement on Pingree Farm cart path, and I spoke to Pat Snow, Highway Department. He said it is on his list of things to do. He needs to coordinate with the Raleigh Municipal Light because of their ability with a boom truck, because it is a very tall, although I think a lot of the branches are gone from the hardwood tree, but it is definitely dead. And I'm hoping that it doesn't ever come down and meet my civic as I'm going up.
Okay, this will bring us back to you people. But before we go much further, we're pretty much in the same boat on both items.
Well, Mr. Chairman, may I request Attorney Beatrice that Judy Pickett, Town Council, connect with you at all today to have a discussion about the easement document that you sent?
She did not. I do have an email on my phone from her about 10:15 tonight, about an hour. And I will speak with her in the morning.
Her initial, I requested again from the town administrator Board of Selectmen's office for the ability to engage the services.
Let me read it. Please read it.
Sure.
Yeah, just for the record. Okay, this is a discussion of resolution of the wetland bylaw fee, NOI application at 510 Newburyport Turnpike, map 19, parcel 8, lot 4-A, Matt Marino, Bright Energy, owned by 510 Newburyport Realty Trust. And this is in regards to the fee for the,
Wetland bylaw fee with the waiver request and
right,
Disturbance fee.
yep,
submittal fee.
submitted.
Doesn't say disturbance fee, it says submittal fee.
That's
Disturbance is
not
just
what
part of the
yeah, okay,
calculation.
go ahead.
Determined by the disturbance.
All right, so where does that stand right now?
Well, it stands nowhere right now, other than the fact that I can relate that I submitted the document in an email to Councilor Pickett, who advised me that that particular document and proposal for an easement was not adequate for consideration, but she wished to have a conversation with Attorney Beatrice directly to get into the specifics of that. So,
All right, but it sounds like it was more land than,
well, the issue is that the proposed easement, which would not have to go to the state for review, would not require then the placement of a conservation restriction, does not accomplish many of the things that the commission looks for. It only allows access and doesn't necessarily put in prohibitions or restrictions on development activities within the sensitive riverfront area, or allow generation of baseline report and the other types of things that usually go on with a conservation restriction.
Just, if I may.
That's just in the brief. I really do not want to get into debating the point of this,
I am
because I am
definitely not gonna-
solely inadequately qualified
I
to stand in for Councilor
I
Pickett.
do not intend to do that, but I want to make sure the board has, the commission has the right impression. Our intent is to provide an easement, an exclusive easement of use, which means that the Conservation Commission would be the only party, and its invitees, the public, would be the only party that had the right to use, enter upon, or maintain that land. So in essence, the way I view it, and I certainly will discuss with Attorney Pickett tomorrow, the terms that are needed for the purposes of the easement.
right,
But our intent is to make it an affirmative easement on behalf of the town, not a negative easement against the owner of the property, because if it's deemed a negative easement, it would not fall under the statute, and it would be outside the scope of the exception of the statute that allows us to go forward in this manner. So that's the intent with respect to the fee. Would it be fruitful at all, and I know it's getting late, to have Mr. Lapointe take you through the plan and the submittals quickly, so at least it'll be in your minds, and when the originals come in, you'll
yeah,
have
it probably would be good to
fruitful
do
use of
that
time? I think it would.
quickly.
Well, so in regards to the fee discussion, do we wish to continue that?
Definitely continue that.
So then there should be a motion then to continue this particular agenda item, and then a reading of the next item, which is the
I'll make
project.
the motion to continue.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, so while you're doing that, this is the 9 PM item. It's continued notice of intent, DEP 63, but we don't have a filing number, 510 Newburyport Turnpike, map 19, parcel 8, lot 4-A. Matt Marino, Bright Energy, owned by 510 Newburyport Realty Trust, proposed construction of a 5-acre, 650 kilowatt solar photovoltaic system. New gravel access drive, utilities, grading, stormwater facilities, possibly within 100-foot buffer zone bordering vegetated wetland.
Before we get into the presentation, I hate to be darn negative on all these things. I view a restriction as different than an easement, and the protections afforded by the state law with regard to all of the benefits and burdens relative to thereto, a procedure that's unfortunately extremely time consuming because of backlogs at the state level, but we've been through these with a number of a number of properties in town over the years, and I think they're very protective of the ability to define and elaborate on specifically what the usage and non-usages of the property are, and I much prefer the restriction process, and I'm not familiar with the easement process, but I think it's superficial and doesn't get into all of the aspects that would be fleshed out in the restriction. I mean, even if town council, I'll say this,
I get
says
that.
she is okay with the easement, I will oppose it.
So, well, before, in the hopes that the rest of the commissioners, which I'm sure is true, will leave you with an open mind on that particular issue, and with the intention of changing your mind with respect to the effects of easements as a matter of law in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that are totally enforceable as much as a conservation restriction, which in fact has been defined as an easement, but only mislabeled by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts as opposed to every other state in the nation. An easement can be worded in a way that's agreeable to both parties to effectuate almost anything that's not against public policy. So any concerns that you have with respect to any wording related to the statute relating to a conservation restriction can certainly be incorporated into an easement that is 100% enforceable not only by statute but by the common law. So I'm confident that the language can be made and agreed upon that is pursuant to the applicable law, but also hopefully acceptable by the commission. And to argue that point to me, and I understand that you represented, you're not an attorney, you know, we certainly don't want to get into debate on it. I can tell you it's an elementary aspect of real estate law that easements are absolutely enforceable. The only difference really between the conservation restriction and an easement that's not an exception to the statute would be the 30-year statute of limitations. But the Conservation Commission is specifically excluded from that, which gives us an opportunity to A, get you what you want, which is hopefully an easement on that land, and afford my clients some financial relief to make this project viable. Because the net effect of it honestly is, and this will be my last sentence on it,
Better.
is that the cost of that is almost exactly the same as the disturbance fee. So my client would, just as a matter of fact, pay the disturbance fee, not have to wait 16 months for the state to approve something that we could do in 10 minutes. That's the reality.
May I ask another question?
Sure.
If I'm understanding you correctly, we could take a standard conservation restriction, substitute the word easement, and we would not need state approval for that?
Correct. It's
Well,
two
that
statutes.
would change my mind, but I didn't understand the literature that you provided Brent already as to that.
I'm glad to hear you say that. I'm happy to elaborate on that after I speak with Attorney Pickett.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right, you changed the driveway.
Yes, so again, this set of plans that we had emailed at the end of last week has been revised.
5:34 a.m. this morning, I believe, from Matt.
I don't know when it was sent. I don't know.
I actually don't think that's accurate. They were sent by David on Friday. I mean, we have,
Well,
it's besides the point, because we didn't
what
send
were
it.
the attachments that I received this morning? Were those not included this?
There was a fee calculation, right, for gardens.
Oh, so that was all the plans for?
Yeah, it was kind
okay.
of more
Right.
exhibit material.
Okay.
So I just wanted to clarify that.
That's,
But to your point.
That's fine, you can call me on that. Still, the office was closed on Friday,
understand
Saturday, Sunday,
I
and open until
I just wanted to
7:30 a.m.
clarify.
Monday morning.
I understand. I just wanted to clarify that, and the print copies to your point
No,
earlier.
yeah, no
were
hard
there.
copies have been
So
received.
we understand that. The point is that the new set of plans have been revised
Switch the
from
access.
what was previously submitted by revising the access driveway to 16-foot wide, consistent with what's being proposed on the garden site. Some of the actual panels themselves have been relocated slightly. There were some additional panels that were shown in this general area here related to the basin. They've been relocated to an end to open up that area where the basin is. We didn't want to put the actual racking structure within the basin, as it could end up have water in there at certain times, and we didn't want that to rise up the posts and potentially cause
Oxidize your metals.
damage the posts. So we relocated that. And
Same square footage, basically?
same square footage, yes. The tree clearing, that didn't change. The only thing that changed was basically just the way that the fencing kind of wrapped around this corner over here. The proposed route is to go around the wetland. I know last time we actually did talk, which was as a result of our site visit, about crossing the wetland in this area here. But upon review of that and the process that would be involved with additional permitting to make that crossing, we felt it was actually best to go around and avoid any kind of impacts. In this case, what we're proposing to do, similar to what we were doing initially, was just go across that area, but to eliminate or remove a lot of the debris that's being placed in there from the abutter, and then to the extent practicable, restore that area with some additional vegetation and whatnot. And like I said, to basically avoid a wetland crossing, we felt it was best to go around.
Is that because of the water quality certification?
Army Corps
For that
for
small?
filling wetlands.
So that's small?
Yes, and so because, and also with the bat issue, it's our understanding and our discussions with Army Corps is that if this was just a crossing, say at the garden site where there was no potential for bats, we could do a self-verification. However, now with this, with the filling and the bats, we get knocked up to the PCN level.
Really?
Yeah.
This is all new, right?
Which, yes.
This is like within the, last couple of months?
Yes, yes, yes. And so because, again, of the timing issue with the project itself, we felt it was better to avoid that crossing, avoid that additional permitting and go around.
I have no clue about
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Even though we have looked at the bat mapping, and there do not look to be any hibernacula or roost trees in this area, but because it automatically gets kicked into that Army Corps review, adds that additional time frame, which we didn't want to take that chance and have the project extended for a longer period of time. So we felt this was the best solution, and again, we're avoiding the wetlands altogether in this case. You know, we understand that there's some encroachment or some fill in that area, which our intent is to remove any
We're gonna
debris.
remove that anyways, right? Yeah.
Right, that was what was in the original plan, yeah.
Now, are you grading any of that land up there?
Yes, so in this case, we are doing grading of the actual project site, basically to meet the Brightergy's design standards in terms of the slope that they want to have their panels on. And so as a result of the grading that's happening and the revisions to the topography, as well as, and obviously the tree clearing, we do have a stormwater basin here, basically just to detain the stormwater runoff, because we're changing the cover type from trees to a meadow ground cover type surface. There was a question about the riprap apron from last time, about the size of it, and the size of it is
huge.
It's basically because the roadway, the access driveway, is acting as somewhat one of the edges of the basin, and then in effect is the outlet control structure, so to speak, or it's a level spreader essentially. So because
So
that's so wide,
you're armoring the access drive in a sense and providing a okay.
Yes, exactly. So we wanted it to be wider so that it wasn't channelizing any kind of flow that could, potentially lead to any erosion. So we made it wider to disperse the flow that would ultimately come out of the basin in a larger storm event.
Yeah, well, this is good you added it, because there was only the detail to go on. So there wasn't any context.
Yes, right.
With that.
Right.
And I noticed you already notified all the abutters.
Yes, yep, we notified the abutters for this one as well as the other one I
Any response on it?
We haven't gotten any kind of response that we've been contacted about. The only request that we had was actually on the garden site. One of the neighbors who was here tonight had asked for a set of plans, which we had given to them back several weeks ago. And he was here
Are you
tonight.
going to go into the other board meeting tomorrow on this one also?
Yes, yes, I believe we're on the agenda for this one as well tomorrow.
Does anybody have any questions on this?
Would this trigger the stormwater permit also, 20,000?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Same scenario.
So everything I said before at the end of the meeting, I say again. You know, we need to get the hard copy plans, because you folks need to have this, we need to have a copy in the office. We need to review it. There isn't a lot of complexity. Is there a supplemental restoration planting plan for the regraded area down where the access road, since that's going to impact some of what the commission would normally put a restriction on as being a no-cut, no-disturbance area adjacent to the delineated edge of the wetlands?
In this, you're talking about this area right here?
Yeah.
We haven't shown anything specific at this point. I guess
You're
we're
gonna have
looking for
Mr.
some guidance.
come up with
some guidance, and we can work with Patrick to come up with exactly what we want to do there.
We'll come up with some
Well,
planting specs, and
Yeah,
some handling of the bare
yeah,
soil
and-
areas.
Well, and in recognition that we've got an altered, historically filled topography there, I don't think you need to be extremely specific on trying to actually give me a field sketch on where things
Right.
should go. You might
Right.
want to just give a representative
Yeah.
suite of
This
an
is
assemblage of plants and their approximate spacing to match what we've got for native species out on the site, so that once they do the grading and stuff and we understand what there is, we can just apply that template and either make it expand to whatever disturbed square footage there is or whatever.
Yeah, I'll have it tailored such that it'll just fit whatever they encounter. Pretty much, you remember where they're gonna go in and pluck some of the debris, the construction debris, the demolition debris that's sitting in the wetland. Pull them out, now you're gonna have a big, 10 square
Franklin
foot patch
Delano
of bare
Roosevelt
soil.
monument that's there.
Yeah, that'll need to be restored, and that's what the plan will give you a typical restoration scenario for that.
Is this a reforested agricultural site from years and years ago, or is it pretty much prime New England rocky soil, maybe wedges in there?
It's, my opinion, it was pastured. You have very large boulders on the stone walls. It's completely surrounded by stone wall. I think it was probably this area, could have been sheep, could have been just cow pasture.
Didn't we see at least one remnant of barbed wire or something out there?
There was
I
some
think we
wire,
stepped
yep,
over, yeah.
there was
So-
some
so
wire there. I think it's had multiple generations of farming activities, Kurt, so yeah. And it is, got a pretty good rock, I think it's Charlton Hollis rock out front kind of soil, gravel in between some of the bedrock outcrops.
All right, so we probably would want a motion to put this for the next meeting?
Can I ask David just to show, if it's on this set of plans, the area of the proposed easement, just so you can see it?
Yeah, I think we,
So we did prepare a few different exhibits related to some of the discussion items, and one of them is the easement area, proposed easement area. So you can see the entire property boundary is shown on this plan here. Obviously, here's our development area for the array itself, and then this hatched area is what's being proposed as the easement area.
and the river is the border, right?
The river is the western boundary of the property, essentially.
The
yes.
bank of the river.
Yeah.
Who owns between the eastern edge and Route 1?
Like along here?
Yeah.
These two in particular?
Yes, on this side of it, bottom side.
Right
of
there.
it.
Down here?
Yeah.
This is that landscape company that's just recently, I think, moved in.
Platinum Pools.
Or some contractor of some sort, yeah.
Yeah. Vernon Bell.
owns all that.
Well,
Well, there's, you can see there.
we
there's
think, I've got to
boundaries.
verify through these two parcels were tax title takings by the town. This, I believe, is still in the town's ownership. I think I've got to verify that Mr. Bell has actually acquired this parcel by auction. I'm sorry, I'm trying to stand here. There's a small, funny shaped one right here, and then this is Mr. Bell's property, and then we go over to Mill River Winery.
Okay.
Over there.
Any further
Just-
questions?
Just for the record, that's 10.38 acres in terms of the proposed easement.
Yeah, I saw that.
And the development area is what, 3.5, 4 acres?
Yeah, I think you're in 4 or so. yeah.
Or,
All right, do we hear a motion to schedule this for the next meeting? Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Just for the record, there is a shading plan attached. You'll be able to see
Okay.
in terms of where the proposed tree cutting will be surrounding a certain part of the arrays.
Was there, didn't I ask for a vegetation management?
or did you just put notes on the sheet, or?
I think it's in the NOI, isn't it?
Yeah, so similar to what we discussed on the garden site, the, any of the disturbed areas
This one will be.
inside or outside of the fence would be the upland roadside matrix from New England wetland plants or some form of seed mix like that.
Right, but,
in-
well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I thought on the original proposal, there was only a certain portion of this fenced-in area that you were actually going to just go straight or totally to herbaceous layer. And I thought the outside layer, outside of the fence, you were going to allow shrub layers. Am I hallucinating and just recalling something that I just read in one of my April permits that I've been looking at to apply to this project?
Like I mentioned, that New England wetland plants seed mix.
Right, so is
Yes.
this just all going to be reduced to just a herbaceous?
Well, in
community out there?
that seed mix that we've specified, they actually do have some shrub species in there that I
Okay.
think they would allow to grow up outside of the fence, but mow down.
Right, because they never get to a height.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So there will be a difference between inside and outside, but you're going to basically start from scratch and develop both of those plant communities. Okay.
Do you need a plan to verify that, or are you satisfied with what appears on the plan? Do you need anything else on that?
Well, I have to look at that now, but I think, I don't know, I've got to look at it. I just want to make sure that, just as you were clarifying, I want to understand exactly where we're starting from and where we're going, as opposed to just there being a cut that removes all the mature trees and saplings and leaves, residual shrubs there, and then does a planting to just try and keep them all low. You'll want to start with erasing the chalkboard so you know exactly what you're putting there, and then managing and maintaining that.
Understand, we certainly understand that, but I just want to make sure we have everything we need well in advance of the next meeting. That's something
Well,
that's
again,
required.
we're looking for a stormwater review, especially to support, the appropriate sizing of the basin, its positioning, the grading that's on the site and stuff. But, yeah, I mean, again, I didn't know talking about the crossing was going to end up in the results that you just reported, so I really, well, that's also, I think, why I also on the record said that I couldn't.
Yes.
recommend that.
Yes. I recall that, yes.
But, okay, yeah, no, I understand.
See you in August.
Turn it over to Kurt.
Yeah.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much.
Right.
appreciate all of your responsiveness to the audience. My
It's
question.
not easy.
Thanks.
Good night.
Good night. Yeah, good night.
Okay. Commissioner Turner, are you going to take over on this particular agenda item for Chairman Page, who has recused himself due to his employment in the project?
Yes, I will read the agenda item, scheduled for 9:40 PM. New request for certificate of compliance number 63-642 at 327 Boxford Road, map 2, parcel lot 17, Carol Lloyd for Essex County Trail Association, owned by Commonwealth of Mass, DCR. This has to do with a construction of a 45-foot timber stairway, a 76 elevated boardwalk with bridge crossing the Mill River, a gravel parking area, approximately 800 square feet adjacent to Boxford Road, an installation of a beaver deceiver at 327 Boxford Road, map 2, parcel lot 17, on the Bay Circuit Trail, within the Georgetown Rowley State Forest managed by the Department of Conservation and Recreation, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Brent has provided us with a memorandum indicating that everything seems to be pretty much hunky-dory, except that he is suggesting a condition to be considered perpetual and ongoing, that the continued maintenance and function of the beaver deceiver water flow control device shall be the responsibility of the property owner and shall be an ongoing requirement in perpetuity. And then recommends that if we so wish to close the agenda item and consider issuance of a complete certificate of compliance, including the above conditions. Any discussion?
Sounds pretty straightforward.
Or hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. Second. So moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Ayes, none.
But this new chairman really knows how to get things through.
Each time I get over there and sat down, it'd be over.
Yeah, you're right.
You were just starting to get comfortable.
You made the call there.
All right, I believe that is the final item for tonight. Unless you had any more enforcements. I don't know.
Well,
Well, you know, it starts off with well.
We go 6 more minutes, we'll break an all-time record for getting that.
within the last day, I discovered that a septic system was installed on Newberry Road, for which the commission had issued the property owner an order of conditions because the proposed activity was in, I believe, the Zone 2, as well as it may have also been in the buffer zone, but because I never was notified about it, you hadn't pulled the details or whatever, this just came, it's not on your agenda because it just came to happenstance, occurred within 24 hours, my discovery of this. And so, but it begs the question, because we haven't had this happen in a long time, the property owner or whoever they were using to put in the sewage disposal system totally ignored the Board of Health's written recommendation that if there was any permit issuance or whatever with the Conservation Commission, that they, implement whatever permitting they got, either a determination or an order of conditions. This is John Sullivan. I think the address is something like 56 or 42 or 46 Newbury Road. Now, he got an RDA, a determination from us to do the soil evaluations, and then came back in because where he needed to put in a replacement system, not a new one, a replacement one. I'm pretty sure is in the zone 2 and also on the outer edge of the 100-foot buffer zone, which I think is why an order of conditions was issued. He hired DSD to propose the file to design this sewage, the septic system with approval from the Board of Health. They never came in and notified the Conservation Commission. I don't believe the order of conditions has been recorded, but I haven't had an opportunity to research it yet. And so they're extremely out of compliance, i.e. they've gone in and they've done the project that we had an order of conditions issued for without doing anything or having any erosion control checked or maybe not even recording the order that we issued. And so I'm a little bit at a loss as to how to do this. Now, normally we would, at a bare minimum, issue a notice of violation, except I don't even know why to bother to do that, because right in the Board of Health's file, I've got the certificate of compliance for putting in the sewage disposal system, so I know they've done the project. They just never chose to come back and actually implement the order of conditions that the commission
Would that
issued.
fall with the Board of Health? Or with
No, it's the responsibility of the property owner and then whoever he hired. But I'm just saying, the Board of Health actually issues in their written communications about approval of the septic system, they've got text in there that talks about being sure to.
Is there
get
any
things squared
reason
away
we
with
would not
conservation.
have accepted it? Do you know?
We permitted it.
Well, we did.
We issued an order of conditions.
And then.
They ignored all the requirements of the order of conditions, possibly even the requirement for recording it at the registry, which may be why their installer didn't know about. I don't know. I mean, I can't do a lot of speculating. All I know is the first I heard of it is I got another engineering firm that's apparently been hired to do work on the site asking me if there was ever a wetlands delineation done for the property. And I'm like, well, no, but we issued a permit for the septic system. He goes, oh, the one that they just put in a few months ago?
Who's the contractor? Yeah.
I don't know.
Does the order of conditions give you the right to go to the property?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, why don't you visit the property and see if there's any damage done?
To even prevent any future damage.
But the issue is, even if there is any environmental issue or degradation to a regulated resource area, we've got a property owner that blew off all the requirements of an issued order of conditions.
Or a contractor.
Well, but again, the contractor may only know what the property owner tells him. The property owner applied for the permit directly, as near as I can see. His name is the applicant's name, not like Brightergy or whatever, not.
Yeah, right.
So, but we don't know if they did anything right. They blew it all off, but.
We don't know if they did anything
right
per the order.
Exactly.
All we know is that the replacement septic
Is
system
there.
got installed and has been given a certificate of compliance by the Board of Health. My question is, how do we proceed on this?
Can't you file a cease and?
What are we supposed to tell them to cease and desist from it?
Desist from
Failure.
failure of
But the installation is already
the
done.
conditions.
Can you order a,
But,
They're in violation of the conditions for not filing, for one thing.
well, for not having a pre-activity meeting, having erosion control check, I mean,
Yeah, exactly, all
the
that
whole shebang. But I'm just saying, so this is unlike somebody driving a dump truck up to the edge of bordering vegetated wetlands and putting a load of fill in. We know clearly what to do in that situation. I'm saying, well, what do
I
we
would
do?
think it's-
Because obviously if I just send them a letter,
I would think a physical inspection of the property just to see if there's anything comes up. Is obvious. Yeah,
right, right.
I believe the property is being sold. but I think it might be within a family transfer. But,
That wouldn't surprise me.
I would think that, yeah, you'd at least go there.
How do you know it's been recorded? I mean.
No, I told you, I don't know.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's a violation right there.
Right, so
So-
that's a big one, so. I mean,
Then we can address that as being the only problem, saying, you know.
Oh, I think
Well,
we should just have them,
I'm trying to get a sense from
Produce-
you, because unlike damage to the environment, here we've got, your whole permit has just been blown off.
Yeah.
Your
No, I
whole
understand.
process, your whole protection, your whole oversight over a construction project that has
so can
excavation.
we ask them to come in here and produce
That's
at least the fact that it's been registered?
What is your deterrent? Maybe I should phrase what I'm trying to ask you a little differently. What is your deterrent to this person who has just ignored
Right.
a valid
Why wouldn't they
issue
blow that
permit?
off?
What do you mean deterrent?
Well,
Why wouldn't they blow off?
when you
a
cite
request?
somebody in an enforcement order, and then you tell them to clean up the damage to the environment,
Yeah.
you know what the goal is. You know what
Right.
you're doing. You're restoring an impacted resource area. Here we have a construction project where they just ignored all the normal
And you
controls, so they've gained a perfectly valid septic system on their property. If they haven't recorded the order, they're about to go through some kind of real estate transaction that's never even going to come up with the fact that there's an outstanding order of conditions on the property. Do you see where I'm going with this? And so, what do you do to this person that isn't going to encourage any other Tom, Dick, and Harry, that when they get an issued order of conditions, they just file it and say, I'm gonna build this, and by the time they find out,
Don't they need a certificate of compliance?
well, they do, but the only reason you need that is if it's recorded against the
Well, what,
the deed of the
are you
actual
saying that
property.
somebody else is looking to do work on it?
No, I think the property is.
Well, yes, an engineering firm came in, so I think there is something afoot in terms of possible planned development.
Transfer of ownership.
But I'm
That would be after the fact.
But I'm seeking some guidance from you here, because at this point in time, all I can think of is the issuance of an enforcement order. But the whole thing is what, what's the carrot and the stick here?
File a record the enforcement order. That'll stop the real estate transaction in its tracks.
Yeah.
Well, possibly recording the order, if it hasn't been recorded, would also.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But-
Well, first time.
Well,
down,
that's
it's
the
been
way I was
recorded.
going. How do you-
By then, it's been recorded, I mean, that's,
Yeah, that's the
that'll
only thing you
determine what you
can
do
do.
next.
And you can do that right online, right?
Right, but I'm not a 100% expert in always finding these things, but yes, so
Okay.
I will attempt to
Okay.
ascertain
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
And should I, at a bare minimum, at least issue an enforcement order?
Certainly.
We have to.
And
you
then,
send them something.
and then I'll try to get access to the site to see what's going on, what the conditions are. I'm just looking for guidance in the direction, the way to go here. Normally, when there's damage to the environment, it's very easy to figure out
I
exactly
understand.
what to do and how to handle
So
it.
if you get a positive on the fact that it hasn't been recorded, you can definitely issue the enforcement order on that, can't you? Or can you?
Well, that is just part of one
would be
of the
part of it,
things that
exactly.
have not been complied with in the order,
Right.
yes.
Yeah, so I think that's probably the brightest path at this point.
And if they say to me, what do we want done? Is my set answer going to be compliance with all of the terms of the order? Some of those terms are incapable of being
Already
complied
been
with
done,
at this
yeah.
point.
Well, that's why I thought
Well,
maybe a
then that would be an
physical
inspection.
inspection.
Right.
You know,
All right,
come
I
up
have to
with
get
a
up in a
list
couple
when you
hours.
get out
Yeah,
there.
no, you've given me direction. I will have more specific information, but I also will issue an enforcement order at a bare minimum for non-compliance with the order.
Anybody want to make a motion to adjourn this meeting tonight? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
See if I can get home before I